Does anybody else see that, or is there a way I can make it not?
Where?
Does it look like a button almost?
The cursor changes into the hand icon when I mouse over it.
In chat?
In Roll20.
You send a picture to the group chat?
Yeah, mine's not doing anything weird.
I do not have permissions to send messages in this chat.
What? In the group
Shadow
chat?
of the Dragon Queen?
Chat?
Oh, like on Messenger. Hold on.
Yeah.
That's a different tab.
Okay, so that means you set up a macro of some sort, or it set one automatically, and it was dragged out to your sheet. So if you go above the chat, go to macros. You'll find.
I don't have any. I don't know where that is.
Above chat, you should have right next to the settings. If you mouse over it, it looks like 3 dots with a line beside each one.
Okay.
You go in there, look for something that you can remove, because if it's anything from the game that I made or that came with the game, you won't be able to remove it, but there will be an ability of you to remove something.
Macro quick bar is the only thing that's checked.
Probably
I'm
that.
checking.
It went away.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay.
It was their last session, but I had no idea what it was.
That's what it would be. All right, so would anybody like to refresh our memories on what happened last time?
I can't.
A whole lot of not much.
My push to talk keeps typing in the thing. Whatever. Okay. I burned a lay on hands on him. Bedvere handed the scroll to Mayor Raven. After we read it, it says, "We'll be here tonight. Leave the gates open. Don't leave." We headed back towards the Brass Crab with the women who run the town. Gondar and Bjorn went after Elder Bakaris and engaged him about how he's not going to have a town left to live in if the Dragon Army takes over. Our heroes want his help with money and boats. He acquiesced and granted his boats to us to help the town. They rejoined us at the Brass Crab. We discussed what to do next when we regrouped in the main room. Than, the gnome flinger gnome, walked in. He discussed how to use the gnome flinger to enable an attack on the scouts of the enemy near the gate, who were keeping watch to make sure nobody left. Gondar and Padraig approached on the ground. Bedvere, Braun, and Bjorn approached from the air via the gnome flinger, using a nary crash so they wouldn't be dead on impact. We went to the smithy and the leather worker in town to get climbing aids and such. Bjorn tried to learn how to read. Becklin offered some help. We attacked the scouts on just outside of the gate, some by air, some by land, and combat ensued. One of us was downed, were brought back up. We were victorious, and we got some loot a ruby inset sacrificial knife, a sickle, a tin statue of a dog, and I think we leveled, and that was the end of the session.
Let's see. Levels.
If there was more than those 3 pieces of loot, I didn't get it.
Sounds about right. I think everybody got something. Although I think a couple of them were just potions or something because they rolled shit, if I remember correctly.
I got an Oracle Charm.
I have something as well that's unidentified, like a knife.
Yeah, mine is also unidentified.
But you guys kept track of the names, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, Oracle
Okay.
Charm.
So Oracle Charm, ruby sacrificial knife, sickle, the statue of the dog, and what was the 5th piece of loot?
Deep Chill Orb.
What?
Deep Chill Orb.
Deep Chill Orb, I think.
Oh, okay, orb.
Alright, so as you guys had finished the combat and searched the bodies, you guys had heard hoofbeats going up the path from the town to the north. So now that these particular people are taken care of, what would you guys like to do?
Well, our goal was to give our friend from the town time to leave and bring reinforcements.
Yeah, hopefully in the time we did all that, some of them have at least started to make it to boats.
So it was Cudgel that was leaving from the gates. She was going to meet up with her ironclad. As for the rest of them, they're still prepping for evacuation.
I feel like we should go start prepping to defend the gate.
Maybe take advantage of a short rest or something to catch our breath after this fight.
So you guys
That's a
can...
good idea, but should we do it here or go back to the gate?
Back to the gate, absolutely.
Yeah, we also need to check to see if the guy with the boat has returned from scouting to see if we're being watched from that side. Since we're not planning on sending people out the gate anyway, we were going to send them on the water towards Calaman, I think. Because that's the way the water flows.
Yes, towards Calaman. Do you guys want to head back to town then?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's make a little scouting before going away, in case there are any more soldiers, enemy soldiers, hanging around.
Bjorn went out last time, I think, right? There is some armies there.
Oh yeah, remember there was hundreds and possibly thousands.
On the other side of the bushes.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe confirm there's nothing else in the immediate vicinity before we head out.
Yeah, what you're talking about, the 1,000, that was a few miles away. That was the
I know.
morning of.
Yeah.
Okay, so did
Can
Becklin
I
already ask you
drag
guys
the
something?
bodies into the bushes?
Yeah, sure.
Because we already looted them.
Yeah.
I'll help.
And then the other one, you guys just fucking like dissolved. I remember that. Did you guys Did Becklin already ask you guys to do her a favor?
With regard to
Going to the tower
The
and
box?
fetching something?
I think the only thing we got from the tower was the Neri crashes.
Okay.
Oh no, she did. She did ask us
She
to get
did.
something in case she died to give to Darrett.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah,
And to make
she
sure
gave-
that Derek, and to make
Didn't
sure
she
that
give it
Derek
to us
will
already?
take it.
I don't think she did.
No, you guys have to collect it.
Yeah, the porn stash.
Not a fucking porn stash.
Okay,
It's toys.
Oh, sweet
Well,
Jesus.
let's go there to collect it.
Sure. So, you guys head back towards town, and then you guys are going straight back to the tower?
Yeah.
All right. So as you guys find your way back to the town, you guys do notice that near the front, although there are some militia members, seem to be like getting the gate ready to defend. The more northern section seems to be barren of people. It seems like most people are probably off trying to get ready. Very few people are walking around this area. You guys get to Thornwall Keep. And as you get there, you guys head up to where you guys know Becklin has her quarters. Who's gonna reach under the bed?
I'll do it.
Sure. You go to look under the bed, and you do notice a box under there. This box is quite large. Let me just. Oh, that is the wrong handout.
Holy, she's got a monster puss in there.
Does she? Becklin lives in this tower.
Yeah. Let's see. Where is it? There it is.
We still have that book on us, right?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Bjorn,
We still have many reading to do.
Bjorn, I would like you to give me an athletics. At advantage due to your size.
Oof.
No, you can still pull it out. So, you pull out a sturdy wooden box. This thing's heavy. You pull out roughly... this thing weighs roughly 70 pounds as you drag it out from underneath the bed. There's no markings on it other than a simple kingfisher emblem on the lid.
The Kingfisher. I'm gonna plop it down on top of the bed. What do we do with it, guys? I don't know if it... I don't think we should open it, should we?
I think we should open it in case what's inside is more easily carried in one of our pouches than the box. Maybe all that weight is just the box.
If anyone's worried, I could cast Detect Magic and take a peek.
Are we even supposed...
I'd say we shouldn't open it. Just toss it in one of our bags.
And were we even supposed to take it yet? She said if anything happens to her.
I think it's best we take it. But not open it.
Agreed.
Do we have a third for don't open it?
Third.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we should open it. It's not our business.
Alright, so what do you guys want to do with it?
So who's carrying it? It's not going to be me.
I may look big, but I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Well,
I'll carry it.
if we toss it in one of our bags, it's not a number. It's not a matter of encumbrance.
I can help carry it, or if we could fit it in one of our bags.
It is about 3 feet aside. So unfortunately, it will not fit in your bags, as a bag of holding only opens to 2 feet wide.
Indeed.
All right, so we open it.
Yeah, maybe we do, and just don't snoop as much as possible. Just if it's some papers or something, put it in our bags and carry on.
Okay, in that case, I agree also.
Okay. One moment. So you open it then?
We're
Yeah.
opening it.
DC 100 deck save. I'm just kidding. Inside the box is a suit of plate armor, filigreed with Salamnik knotwork, perfectly sized for Darrett's use. There's no note or any other instructions with the armor.
Man, I don't know why she wants us to wait and see if anything happens to her. This seems like he should have been wearing this when he went out. Maybe he wouldn't have came back so beaten up.
Well, I think he's an initiate. Perhaps he doesn't have the right to wear it yet.
Good point.
Well, if he can't wear it yet, then I don't know how he's going to get it out of here if something does happen to her. Fuck, I can barely lift this thing.
He hasn't earned the right to wear it yet, but Darren has proved himself, I'd say, in the last little while. He's a survivor.
Yeah, but we have to respect her wish that it should be her that presents it to him,
Oh,
and
agreed.
not some foreigner like us.
Yes, I do agree.
Savage, is the armor something we can break down and put in a backpack, or is it too big?
I would say that without the box, you could probably squeeze it into a bag of holding. Like, plate armor isn't all one piece, right? It's made up of many pieces that overlap.
True.
Yeah, let's do that.
And her request was to give it to him after the evacuation. So you guys can give it to him whenever you'd like. It is completely up to you. But her request was for afterwards. So it's up to how you guys want to do this.
I say we try and honor her wish.
Yeah, agreed.
Mm-hmm.
It's what Ispen would have wanted.
Exactly.
Okay. So you guys break
We
it
should,
down. Whose bag you putting it in?
I'd say that someone who can use this armor in case of dire emergency should take it.
How big is it?
I mean, it's not really going to matter if you're putting it in your bag of holding.
So, I can put it in mine if nobody wants to.
The only reason I think a caster is odds are, at least based on our sample size of 1, people on the front lines tend to get made horizontal faster or more often.
Does it look like either adamantine or mithril by chance?
No, it does not.
I think we wouldn't be having this conversation if it did.
It definitely looks ornate, but like it's used. It's supposed to be used. In fact, who's the Knight of Slomnia? That's Bedvere, right? Or is it
Yeah, it'd
Pedreg?
be me.
Yep. Okay. So it actually looks quite a bit like yours. Some of the etchings on it are a little bit different. And it's got the same kind of weight to it. It is not, it definitely is not, does not seem adamantine or mithril.
What time of day is it?
Right now it's probably about, you guys went out at dawn, came back, all that happened. Probably a good, like, 9 a.m.
So I'm just curious because my aid spell lasts for 8 hours, so I'm just trying to keep track of when that would wear off of everybody.
Fair enough.
Do we want to try to coordinate with the evacuation effort, or am I the only one who would like to rest before tonight?
I think resting is a good idea if we've got time. I just don't know if we have time.
So
Yeah, I
a
am
short rest
exhausted.
is just light activity. So like walking, talking, you know, you don't actually have to like.
So we're
take a
already
nap.
doing that right now.
Pretty much, yeah. So I would say like, you know, about an hour from now is when I would be like, okay, over the last hour you guys basically had your short rest and you'd be able to roll hit dice.
I'm gonna use my Song of Rest during our short rest. So whatever you guys roll for your hit dice, you can use 1 extra d6.
Pedreg feels like more than a short rest.
Pedreg cannot have a long rest, as you guys just had a long rest. Like, the way a long rest would work is, like, you guys might have got up 4 hours ago, but to get a long rest in means, you know, the next morning is when it would finish. It's only 1 long rest per day.
Okay, I see no other option. Let's take the short rest and possibly try to atone with the items we found. To attune, sorry.
Nobody had identified, correct?
No.
Oh,
So,
Before we complete the short rest, does anybody have any healing capability that is regained on a short rest?
No.
Okay.
yeah, but I think about the only thing you guys have is your hit dice. I hope you guys still have some hit dice left.
I do, but that's it. I was just checking before it, because it could have been burned on,
Yeah, no,
say,
that's
if
Actually-
someone
fair enough.
one hit point.
Actually, before we do that, yeah, I just looked at second wind. I thought it was a long rest. It's a short rest too. So, Shazam!
Ew.
Thank you.
What does that do?
Roll 1d10 to restore hit points.
Yeah, that's for him only. But it's 1d10
For me
plus
only.
your fighter level, I believe. Right?
So it is. So it is.
And you can add 1d6 to it as well for my Song of Rest.
The d6 is from hit dice. So if he burns hit dice, he can add a d6. And I
Are
believe
you burning a
that's...
spell slot?
No.
It's an ability rather than a spell.
Yeah, he's a fighter. He doesn't have no spells. In fact, he's the only one that doesn't have some sort of spells. What the hell just happened? My fucking screen went batshit again.
It's 1 hit dice per hour, or
No, you
Can
can
you
roll
roll
as many as you have. You can roll as many as up to as many as you have on a short rest.
And then the 1d6 from Song of Rest, is that per hit dice?
No,
Or
that
once
is
per-
that once. And I've got to reload my page and open up all my handouts again because my shit just went batshit again. Fuck. Oh, I didn't mute in time. My bad.
I don't think I would even gain anything from a short rest. I've still got max hit points.
Oh,
Yeah, you didn't get hit in that combat, did you?
No.
Oh, damn, Braun. Look at you go, bud.
Oh, what does the +3 come from?
If you just hit dice, that is the con mod. So, like, he got he rolls a d8, and then he also gets a +3 due to his con mod. So, whenever you guys roll a hit dice, it, yeah, so if you just hit the word hit dice instead of manually rolling it, it'll do it automatically.
And don't forget, 2 of you should also have 5 extra hit points to your max.
yeah.
Oh, give me a moment while I reopen all of my fucking handouts I had open.
So guys, I feel like if we're planning on protecting this place so as many boats can get out as possible, then we should start collecting weapons for this gate, maybe some boiling oil to shoot out of this catapult, and maybe think about securing ourselves a ship over here so we can bail out last minute once, you know, so we don't have to run across the town at the end.
Like moor a ship near Thornwall Keep?
Yes.
It's a great idea.
One that maybe docked at the end of that pier.
Fire,
Can you clean the pier?
very good call. If there was some way to help spread the fire or light something up, that would be very, very good.
Well, they try the fish pies, right? I asked them earlier, they have oil. So if we get cauldrons of boiling oil to shoot out of the catapult.
Where is there a dock near Thornwall Keep?
I don't know if a dock per se, but I just mean like park a boat at the end of the pier. Like even if there's no dock, we just jump.
I think you misunderstand what pier means. That's the shore. There's no pier. A pier is a dock. Like this down here, this dock, you could kind of call that a pier.
Well, the archipelago.
That thing there, that is a tower. And that's about
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that's what I was calling a pier. The edge of this cliff somewhere.
So that's like a 60-foot drop off that cliff into the water.
So what if we
Well-
used a small dinghy to get out to the ship?
We're brainstorming here. Or we park something at this beach over.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Just-
Brainstorm as much. I'm just clarifying, what thing, what's on the map kind of thing. So you're not misunderstanding, because if you're like, we're going to put it here and then we're going to, just hop in. Well, I'm just letting you know that necessarily jumping off the 60-foot cliff probably wouldn't work. That's all.
Well, you jump off the cliff into the water, and then what is that X? X marks
I got
the spot.
better
Is there
balls.
treasure here?
No, I just put that there for a place where it's not a 60-foot cliff where we might want to secure a boat.
Oh, I see the pain list. Oh, I was hoping for treasure.
Yeah, no treasure. Think Treasure Island,
That's right.
boy.
Since we're brainstorming, could I throw out for consideration, given that the army is almost certainly going to take this town, might we, before we leave, start a fire in the town to burn it to the ground and deprive them of as much material as possible?
I feel
John,
like that's a
start.
decision the town should make.
I vote we start the fire at the Baccaris residence.
I personally feel that's a good idea, but I don't feel we have the right to execute it without permission from these town folks. These are their homes, not ours.
Yeah, and he finally came around to senses and offered his help with the boats.
Well, maybe we have a little bit to do before things get interesting around here. It's never good to split up on the verge of something epic like this, but maybe we go talk to the mayor, see if she supports some sort of action in case they do breach for starting a fire, and we find a boat at the same time. And if we're lucky, maybe we can find some oil.
All right, is there anyone at the keep right now besides us?
No,
Why? That's their fucking gate.
because right now they are like, getting ready to defend the town. It's more to slow them down. There's no way they're going to be able to keep this. 99% of the people are running around and getting ready to evacuate. Like I said, there's a few people down here, like, kind of reinforcing things and setting up barricades, planting logs against the fucking gate so it can't open.
Yes, we should make choke points to barricade the streets, create choke areas.
I don't know how big that reinforcement is that we're expecting, but I think with 1,000 people and mostly villagers, we're probably going to get steamrolled.
It's not about winning, it's about slowing them down long enough to evacuate.
Yeah, Bedveer, I think you have a really good point, though. I think we know exactly what's going to happen, so if we do have to start a fire, I think Pedrag had also the right idea. We know where to start it.
I mean, what would they use? Like, I feel like they would use the keep to defend themselves once they took over the town. And then if they wanted reinforcements or to use their own boats, they would use the docks. Nothing else in this town is really that amazing, except maybe, I mean, every house has beds, so the inns aren't special. And every house probably has a kitchen, so the kitchens at the inn aren't special. I'm thinking the tower and the docks would be the top two things to destroy on our way out if we evacuate also.
Does this town have anything explosive to create rock slides in this narrow walkway?
I would say probably not. Like, it's if it was a mining town, they would, but this is a fishing town. Like, the best you're gonna find for any kind of fire or anything like that is probably gonna be like fish oil, maybe some cooking oil, but you're not gonna really find anything in the area of explosive.
All right, well, let's go secure ourselves a ride and start securing weaponry. And just to brainstorm, but are they intending to fight to keep this town? Because if they're not, then maybe they try and offer them to hand over the town without a fight. In exchange, everyone gets to leave uninjured.
I'm not sure they're going to listen to reason. I like
But the
thinking,
people
but-
leading this coup were from this town.
No, they were not.
The one guy was. It was them trying to overthrow the leadership in this town.
Okay, no.
We already killed all them.
So the ones who betrayed Cudgel, they were from the Ironclad Regiment, the band of mercenaries. However, the Garganus was trying to overthrow Cudgel and take control of the mercenary army. Now, Cudgel, although there were some of them that did escape and, they did kill a bunch of the villagers, Cudgel had gone to find out who was still loyal. And those who are still loyal, what she told you guys is that she's going to plan to hold them off when they start to advance as long as she can to allow you and the villagers to escape the city or the town.
All right, well, let's go start securing the things we need.
So, who's going after what?
I can secure the
talk to
fish
mayor.
oil.
who knows boats good? Because we want something that's definitely seaworthy, and the 5 of us plus Darrett makes 6. I don't know if Becklin or Than would be joining us at the last moment. I hope Becklin isn't planning on going down with the ship, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Sounds like nobody's good with ships. So, we got Bjorn on fish oil. Who wants to deal with securing a ship and getting it in place where you guys want it?
I think I can help with that.
Yeah, I can talk with the mayor.
I'm not good with ships, but I am a very persuasive person if you don't think you'll be able to persuade them.
You wanted to go after fish oil. Are you changing that?
Well, I'm just offering, but if you feel you're persuasive enough, if they put up a fight, then...
For what it's worth, I'm not that bright. I could go for fish oil, and you could use your talents that are, it sounds like, need more elsewhere, if that's cool with you.
Yeah, sure.
Sounds good. You and I can go get the boats. You can sweet talk them if we need to. Hopefully no one's going to resist, all things considered, but...
Yeah, I think we should split the persuasive between the mayor and the boats. It also might take some persuading to get people to not be stubborn and stay, which we can do on 2 fronts, with where the boats currently are and with the mayor, who I can find out if she knows of people who are trying to go down with the ship, as it were.
Okay, so Pedrag, you're going to talk to the mayor. Braun and Bjorn, you're going to go deal with the boat. Bedvir's going to collect fish oil, right? Is that right so far?
Yep.
And Gondar, what are you going to do?
Well, I'm staying with the rest of the team and prepare and take a short rest.
You guys can have your short rest like over the time. That's why the other guys rolled your hit dice. If you want to roll some hit dice, or I know you're a warlock, right?
Yeah, but I don't want to spend any dice.
You just want your spells back.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. So you're just gonna help prepare. Is there anything in particular you're going to help prepare in the town?
Is there
Hold
anybody in this
on.
town?
I'm talking with Gondar. Just hold up.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Well, I see if there is anybody who needs some persuasion to pack up quickly and leave.
So helping others pack, like essentials, like maybe hitting the taverns to gather up as much food as possible, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, but more in case there are some people unwilling to go.
So you're gonna try and convince people, like one by one, who seem like don't want to go.
Yeah, if they're reluctant.
Do we know where Darrett and Becklin are right now, or Than?
I would say after Than saw you guys start the fight and saw you guys win, he probably would have let you guys helped let you guys in through the river gate. After that, he probably went to go towards the town center. As for Becklin, you guys know that Becklin and the mayor have spent most of the time so far at the Brass Crab trying to figure things out, and in the village circle, like getting people ready. So their exact location, you probably wouldn't know, since you guys are up at Thornwall Keep, but you know they would probably be somewhere around those 2 areas, more than likely.
Okay, I just want to suggest before we split the party that we meet back up for lunch at the Brass Crab, and we can compare notes and get some food.
Yeah, and if something goes down,
Okay.
and something were to attack were to start earlier, I think we should meet there before engaging.
Yeah.
And however I would do this in character, remind people of the locations of the bells that I noted on previous ventures throughout the town so that if anybody is on an errand and shit hits the fan, they can hit the bells and we can play it by ear then.
Aye.
And I also forgot to ask, were we able to learn something of the items we found during our short rest?
I was going to ask the mayor if anybody knows Identify in the town, but
You guys are the only magic users in town. That you would have learned earlier when you guys were trying to find somebody for, like, you know, magical healing and whatnot. You know what? Due to my normal rule is a long rest to attune to an item, and since you guys don't have Identify, I will say that you do need to attune to the item to figure out what it will do. However, because I have read a little further ahead, and a lot of the stuff you guys will find will not be anywhere near a long rest, I will go with the raw rule of it takes a short rest to attune to something. So, in that case, if you guys wish to attune to the items over your short rest, you may.
Yeah,
I want to do that.
and me also.
Yep.
Sure.
I don't.
So I know I have the, where is it? The natural armor. Am I able to wear armor as well?
If you wear armor as well, it negates your natural armor.
Really?
Yes.
That doesn't make that's whack.
That is the
You
point
only
of
want to
natural
do it
armor.
if the armor you're getting is better.
Yeah, so unless the armor is better, there is no point in attuning to it, because you lose your natural armor and you gain the armor
Alright.
of the AC of the armor you're equipping.
True. I know because everybody's packing up and rushing to leave, that is a long shot, but do you think there would be somebody to sell my Kingfisher rod to here? Because I don't see it having the same value elsewhere as it does to these people.
Give me an intelligence roll.
What the fuck?
So there is nobody here, and you are unaware of whether a town getting destroyed would increase or decrease the value of it. But nobody is going to want to shell over the money to buy it right now.
All right. Have we been here talking for an hour, would you say?
Yeah, you guys can start splitting up and going about your the stuff you want to do.
I do attune to that item that I got.
Okay.
Same.
Same here.
Same.
And when that happens, we know 100% what it does.
Yes. Yes, you do.
Excellent.
Do we just delete unidentified in our character sheet, or
Yes.
will we get?
Delete the unidentified part of it. Now, when you guys received the items, everybody did drag them in from the compendium, didn't type them in, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
So if you did type it in instead of dragging it in from the compendium, type the name into the compendium and then drag it in.
So because my character sheet is a separate window, it won't let me drag it in.
Yeah, you have to close your window and reopen it. You can't drag in items that are to a sheet that is popped out. So, I believe Padraig, you were the one who got the dog
Puppy.
thing, right? Pretty sure you don't have to attune to that, if I remember correctly.
Okay, I still removed unidentified and clicked the checkbox,
Yep, perfect.
so it's no longer faded gray. But I don't see a. I don't know what it does.
So if you go into the compendium, type in the name. And then it'll be under after you type in the name, it should pop up under items. So you just click on it then, and it'll open up a little blurb.
Now that I know what it does, can I tell the guys?
Sure.
It can turn into a dog for up to 8 hours, which will follow commands to the best of its abilities. It uses the statistics of a jackal, except it has a strength of 10, and there's a 2-day cooldown between 8-hour usages.
So it's reusable, and how long do you have it for
Nice.
when you summon it?
Up to 8 hours, but then regardless of how long I use it, up to 8 hours, it takes, I'm assuming, either 48 hours game time or 2 long rests. I'm not sure the exact mechanic.
So in dire situations, when we're gonna starve at the 7-hour mark, we cook it and eat it.
No.
Jesus Christ!
I'm a
That's
bear.
my
What do you
dog.
expect?
Keep the
Need some
dog
sex
away from the
toys.
bear. Though on that exact same topic, my knife that I acquired here does have the ability to regain a spell slot if I sacrifice a creature. Tiny creature, I get a 1 spell slot. A medium to large creature, I get a 2nd level spell slot. So, this is
How many
quite
do you get if you
interesting.
sacrifice a bear?
What size are you, Bjorn?
I'm medium, but with my powerful build, I count as 1 size larger, so large.
That you count as 1 size larger to determine your carrying capacity, push and drag ability, etc. It does not change your actual size.
Second
No,
level
but it
spell slot.
changes my classification of size.
No, only for pushing, lifting, and carrying weight. That is the
So
only.
what you're saying is you don't want him to sacrifice me.
You're still medium, and motherfucker, no.
Do I see any squirrels or rabbits or anything running around while we're walking?
Give me 1 second. But Drake, if you open your journal area, underneath characters, you will see allies and friends. You now have a stat block for a jackal.
On my character sheet.
No,
Oh, I see it.
in your journal.
Oh, I need to think of a name for the puppy.
Yeah, this is.
How do I change the strength to 10?
What's that?
The strength should be 10.
Why?
Because the Wondrous item description says it has the same stat block as a jackal, except its strength is 10.
Okay, I will change that. Actually, I'm going to show you how to change it real quick. So, if you open it up and you mouse over anywhere on the sheet, you will see a large, well, actually it's kind of small, but a gear at the very top right. Yep. And then you just go in there and you change strength to 10. And then you hit the gear again. Ta-da! You now know how to change things in stat blocks. God damn, he has only a +1 to attack? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
I mean, if it does what I tell it, because it understands the command, it's kind of like becoming a pet class for 1/6 of the time.
Oh, and it's only got
They
3
gotta
hit
balance it
points.
somehow.
Wow. That's honestly, that's fucking weird. Is that actually correct? Yeah, +1 to hit, reach 5 feet. Wow, okay. So it's more like a fucking scout than anything else, really.
Yeah, it's not like a mount or a supernaturally intelligent creature.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh shit, its int is 3.
Yeah.
Babies have higher end.
To the best of its ability.
Yeah, so when you give it instructions, I would be very small words, like you would when you're trying to train a dog. You know, sit, stand, bark. No, no 15-word sentences trying to give it commands, because it's gonna look at you like you've got 3 fucking heads.
Its wisdom is 12, so it might do okay at remembering stuff it's learned, but learning new stuff, it's a good boy.
He tries.
Shit, that's what I'm going to name it. Good boy.
Yeah.
And you can go in and change its name.
I'm going to be prophetic and name it Darrett 2. Bad joke.
All right, so you guys are splitting off from each other now, heading to do your jobs.
Yes, but first, you never answered. Did I see any small creatures on the way?
Give me a perception. At advantage for your race ability.
Like mice or like spiders?
Anything so that you can sacrifice it. A creature that's sacrificable.
I got my eye open for livestock as well, considering that we're potentially leaving any chickens or a goat might be in order. I can peacefully let it go.
Fuck them chickens.
But chickens,
Braun, you may also give me a perception.
Did I see nothing, I guess?
I'm getting there. The two of you are walking together. You guys are going to do the same job, so just give me a second.
Yeah.
Braun, you don't see shit. Bjorn, however, give me a luck roll.
What's that?
A D20. Bruh.
Oof.
You find a chipmunk. Actually, hold on. Let's see if I got a stat block. I'm sure it would class as a tiny creature, but let me check.
Any spiders? Are those tiny?
I don't think spiders would be big enough for the sacrifice.
I could stab a spider. If it's tiny.
You know what? You find.
Fairies are tiny and gnomes are small, right?
Sorry, say the first one again. Gnomes are small, yes.
No, like fairies would be tiny, but like a gnome is small.
Not all
and
of
then
them,
a
no.
human is medium.
Pixies would be like a fairy is not necessarily the same as a pixie. A fairy can be like up to 4 feet tall. However, a pixie would be tiny. Bjorn, you do notice a rat scurries underneath a tree as you guys are heading down towards the docks. Right about here, you see a rat scurry under a tree.
I'm gonna try and lure him out with some rations. I'm gonna make a little pile of rations close enough that I don't scare it, and then move back and try and obscure its vision of me.
Okay, so you lay out some stuff. Braun, I'm pretty sure he's doing this for you because you got the sacrificial dagger, right?
Yeah. I'm going to stand ready with the dagger.
All right, so as you lay out, as Bjorn lays out some rations, and you guys go to hide, I would like you both to give me a stealth check.
Oh, I did a saving throw. I don't know what I did.
No.
Oh no, I did the right
stealth.
thing. Never mind.
Yeah, this thing kind of like slowly starts to poke its head out, and then Bjorn, you step on a stick. Braun, your weight shifts and your armor squeals a little bit, like steel on steel, and it
I
pokes its head
cast
right back
Vicious
in.
Mockery on it.
You're gonna burn a spell slot for this? Sure. Oh
Vicious Mockery is a
cantrip,
cantrip.
right? Sure. Give me her attack. What kind of save is it? Wisdom?
Wisdom. What the fuck?
What did you say to it?
I said, why do wizards like Fireball so much? It's a well-rounded spell.
It grabs the first piece of ration, because I'm assuming you kind of laid out like a small trail to the big pile.
Yeah.
Yeah, it grabs the first one, looks at you as it speaks, chitters, and runs back into the hole. And you feel like your spell absolutely failed.
Ah, well. Maybe we'll have better luck at the pier. Maybe they have a live fish.
Yeah, exactly. If we can just find anything along the way, I'll keep my eyes peeled.
All right, so you guys continue down towards the docks. Padraig, you're heading to the mayor's home. Gondar, you are heading. Where are you heading to see if there's anybody that's kind of going to be a holdout?
Well, I'll start from the village circle.
All right, so you're headed down there with Padraig then. That's going to take you a second. Bedvere, you're going to start looking around for fish oil. Where are you going first?
I'm gonna try the brass crab, and if I don't find it there, or even if I do find it there, I'm gonna ask the innkeeper, hey, who processes the fish to create the fish oil in town, and where might I find them in town?
Sweet, you
Okay.
can walk with us.
Yeah, so the three of you head down this way. Bedvere breaks off as you guys get near the dock. You guys, two of you continue on to the dock. Gondar and Padraig head towards the village circle. And Bedvere, you walk into the Brass Crab, and Yalma is behind the counter. Ah, Bedvere. Hello, lad.
Hello, yes, we're preparing the defenses against this impending army. And one of the things we're wanting to do is to use fish oil to start some fires to slow their travel. Do you, number one, have fish oil, or number two, know where I might best find fish oil in the town in large quantities?
As you ask about this, she smiles. Follow me, lass. And she heads into the back.
And follow I shall.
She opens a pantry. You see she has, roll me a D20, please. She has 16, they're not mason jars, but they're the size of mason jars, full of fish oil. And then she also points to a couple pots that are on the stove. And she says, that's just cooking oil, but if you're doing what I think you're doing, that should do the trick as well. But if you still need more, there is, somebody, let's give him a name. What's the name?
Of who?
Salandar. She says Salandar is down at the market. He makes the fish oil for the town. And she kind of gives you directions down to like this red building here.
Perfect. Are there any people in the inn itself?
Not right now. No, everybody's pretty much getting ready to head down to the evacuation area.
Okay. I'll take what I can shoving the jars very carefully into my bag of holding. The larger pots, I think I could probably carry one without spilling it.
She
And I will.
She has several empty jars. And
Oh, excellent.
in fact, she
Let's
starts
repackage.
helping you. Yeah, she's going to
Oh,
start
bless her.
packaging them up with you. I mean, it's not the cleanest way to do it, but she's pretty much just dumping the jar dunking the jar into the pots. The pots are the oven's not on, so it's not too hot. She dunks the jars in, does them up. You get about I'm gonna say you get a dozen mason jars worth of cooking oil.
Perfect. I will pack them into my bag of holding, and I will head for Thornwall Keep post haste. But I will be keeping an eye out for people on the roads that I might enlist to carry them to Thornwall Keep while I secure other containers of oil.
Sure. We're gonna flash up to Pedreg and Gondar. Gondar and Pedreg, you guys get towards the village circle. You do see Raven, Mayor Raven, and Becklin amongst a group of villagers, all of which have worried looks upon their face. Some even have anger, and there is shouting back and forth going on about how there's one side is kind of, no, we need to evacuate. The other side is screaming about, you know, it's better to go down fighting than let them take the town. And Becklin and Mayor Raven are both trying to get everybody to calm down.
Do they look exasperated, or like maybe I could get some information by continuing to wait before I interrupt?
They are a little exasperated. However, the crowd on either side does not seem like they are going to budge on their way. However, Becklin taps the mayor on the shoulder and points over to you and Gondar.
Okay, so somebody did notice our approach.
Yes.
I'd like to raise my hand that is wielding or wearing Ispin's shield
Okay.
and say, fair folk of insert town name.
Vogler.
Vogler. We want nothing but the best of you, but these are dire times. And see if they chill at all and are willing to listen to more, or if they're still just rabble.
At first, it seems like nobody is listening. They are still... You can barely hear yourself over the crowd. However, would you like to yell it, or would you just like to say it again?
I can raise my voice in a hashtag intimidating way.
So as you raise your voice and you say it again, everybody begins to calm themselves as they notice you holding up Ispin's shield. And they begin to calm, ready to listen.
I want to look to Gondar to see if he wants to say anything before I continue.
No. I try to be supportive to what he's trying to do.
So you're trying to give him advantage when he...
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. Padraig, what do you say then?
I'm gonna slightly lower my voice. I still want to be loud enough because I am unsure of the physics of this crowd, how big it is. I want everybody to be able to hear me, but I'm gonna switch from intimidating, hey y'all, to persuasive, if that's possible.
Sure. Yeah, the crowd's about 50 people. So you don't have to raise your voice very loud once they've calmed down for them to be able to hear you. But, I mean, still, a commanding tone isn't a horrible idea.
Yeah. I mean, I'm short, but I got heavy armor. This is not what any of us wanted, but we want all of you to survive the night. It's very important that those of us that need to leave now while it's safe to. We've taken care of the enemy scouts who were trying to prevent anyone from leaving safely. And I don't know how to phrase this. Those of us with family to save, kids, parents, whatever, like, it's very important that you get on a boat as soon as possible and leave with what you can, so that you can live another day. Hopefully the town will survive and you can come back, but times right now are very uncertain.
Give me a persuasion. I'm going to say at advantage. $23.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah. The groups kind of seem to calm, and most of them seem to kind of nod with you, although there is a couple holdouts. They say, "But where will we go? We will have nothing. Do you know how long it has taken anybody out here to make our homes? What we will be destitute in Kalaman. We'll be homeless on the streets, begging."
I'd like to lower the shield, but look at it as I'm doing so and say that I know Ispen had friends wherever he went, and I'm sure you will have friends wherever you go. You will not be leaving here alone, and you will make new friends where you go. I honestly hope that we can salvage the situation and you can all come back home. But if we do need to rebuild, we will. We will all be stronger for it. And being alive but struggling is better than being dead and leaving our friends and family behind.
Give me another persuasion. Advantage. A few of the holdouts start to look around them and catch eyes with some of those they would deem friends. And they begin to nod. And kind of almost like a soft cheering goes out, and as most of the crowd is nodding and kind of grasping hands. However, there is one or two left. And as give me a perception, actually, see if you notice them.
Not at advantage.
Yeah, I'm gonna say straight. You don't notice them.
Oof.
Yeah, no.
The ones that look not the couple you mentioned, but just the ones that seemed like holdouts earlier. I want to look more at them than the ones that seem to be not down with it earlier, and say, the majority of us need to leave while the leaving's good, but a couple of us should, or some of us should stay behind and do what we can to either make this as difficult as possible for these warring invaders, or if it seems like all is lost, make it the worst for them and destroy things so that they move on to another place, which will make those of us who evacuate able to move back here that much sooner. I'm also going to say that I hope whatever this war is that seems to be brewing does not destroy this town or anything else, and that I hope everyone is able to resettle here back to their home as soon as possible.
Okay. Give me another persuasion.
Am I still being assisted?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
A couple people raise up weapons. There's about 3 of them. As you look at them, you do not see militiaman armor. You don't see youth in these people. These 3 men, they're old. Their skin is weathered from years on the open waters. Gray of hair, wrinkles everywhere. These men are very old. And the first one says, "I'm too old to be moving again. I'll help defend." Another one raises up his weapon. "Me as well." And a third, "Gotta die sometime." We will
Seems they know what they're doing.
I'd like to raise the shield in the direction of them the best I can, because I don't know how spread out they are. But I want to say, you 3 with us, we'll figure this out. The rest of you, please get your families and your kin to safety. Time is of the essence.
You don't even need to roll for it this time. Everybody nods and they start breaking off. I'm going to get ready. Mayor Raven puts a hand on your shoulder. "Thank you, Padraig."
Well done, Padraig.
Thank you.
Give me 1 second here. Padraig, how much HP did you start today with?
Did I start with before the short rest or after?
Before.
I was at 1.
Oh, you were at 1? I was like, damn, he rolled 2 hit dice and got the extra d6. He's only got 19. There's no way. But no, I guess if you were at 1.
I rolled a 1.
Yeah. So 9, 14. Yeah, okay, no, that makes sense. I was like, damn. I thought maybe it wasn't updating with your sheet, but no, okay. She says, thank you. That's very helpful. Hopefully we'll be ready soon. We still need a little more time. People are still gathering, you know, their most important things they can sell when they get to Kalaman to get some money, and gathering up food and supplies. Hopefully we will be ready within the next couple of hours. She looks at Gondar and you, Padraig. Again, I appreciate it. Now, where are we so far? Do we have the boats from Bakaris?
Yep. he agreed to lend us his boats and gave us related documents.
Excellent, excellent. By the way, who actually does have those documents?
I do.
Would you have handed them off to Braun and Bjorn since they're going down to the
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I would.
okay. I just forgot. I remembered that as you said that, the documents. I was like, fuck, who's got them? Okay, yeah, so Braun and Bjorn, you guys have the documents. But we're gonna flash to Braun and Bjorn as they head down there, and then we will go back to Bedvere, and then the two of you. Braun and Bjorn, you guys head down to the wharf. One of you has the documentation for the Bakar ships. Sorry, can you guys give me one moment though?
Yeah.
Alright, sorry about that. I am back. Oh no, no, no. Son of a bitch. I hit the wrong button and refreshed my entire fucking page. Oh. Now I need to open my handouts again. 1 second. So, Bjorn and Braun, y'all head down to the wharf. Who has the documents?
I have them.
Alright.
As we're walking, I continue to look for any goats or livestock, chickens, as we're walking down. Or opportunistic spiders, depending how big a spider is.
Or, a fresh fishing boat coming in that has fish that haven't drowned in the air yet.
With what's been going on the last 2 days, nobody's been going out to fish. However, as you guys head through the town, I will give you, one of you can roll perception while the other one helps. Or you can both do your own separately. It's up to you guys. Let me know.
Are you good with perception?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Alright, you do it.
Yeah. As you guys stop for a moment, as you notice another rat. In fact, it is. You notice actually a hole. You don't see the rat, but you see a small hole in the dirt. It seems to be leading underneath this house here.
Where?
Are you gonna go in after it, or what's the plan?
Yeah, so do I see the rat, or there's just a hole?
You see the hole.
I'm going to stand over it with my legs, like my back against the wall, kind of tucked back with the knife out, ready to slam down and kill a rat if it comes out of the hole.
Give me a stealth.
I'm gonna stand a little bit further, and I'm readying my book of how to hunt bears, so I can smack it.
And I can, if I'm waiting there for a second, I can drop a ration.
Sure. drop a ration right outside the hole. Give me a second. Let me take a look at the rat stat block. Advantage on perception checks. Okay.
Okay, hold on. Wait, do you know if disguise self can make you look like something other than a human? Can I make myself look like a wall?
Post it.
I'm looking at it right now.
You make yourself, including your clothing, armor, weapons, and other belongings on your person, look different until the spell ends. You can seem 1 foot shorter, taller, can appear thin, fat, or in between. You can't change your body type, so you must adopt a form that has the same basic arrangement of limbs. Pretty sure
that a
walls don't have
cantrip?
limbs.
It's one of my feats. I'm gonna make myself really thin,
Okay.
like hella thin.
Hella thin. Okay.
Yeah, looking slim, sucking it in, and that's initiative high sorcery feat or ability. I don't know if that helps at all, but why not?
Well, I would say that would give you a straight roll, which would be an 11.
I'll take it.
You hear chittering inside the hole, but nothing comes out. He rolled a 14, so he knows you're there.
That rat bastard.
Literally.
I will hold for another moment.
How long?
Oh, like I'm waiting 5 minutes. I'm like thin against the wall, going full predator mode here. And I just before this happened, I just told Bjorn, I guess, to like chill to the side. Just if he can, I don't think he necessarily has to wait for me.
If we bend down, can we see any of the mice?
I'm going to say, because the way they burrow, it kind of goes diagonally down. I'm going to say no, you wouldn't be able to, because of how a rat burrows under a house. It goes diagonal and then kind of like shoots out, so like your vision wouldn't encompass the entire little rat den.
So, if I casted Eldritch Blast and blasted it into the hole and filled it with ale.
Not how that
So that
spell
they'd
works,
have
my
to-
dude. The spells do
What do you mean?
spells do exactly what the spell says, no more, no less. So like, it just does cold damage. Like it doesn't fill the, you're not actually splashing them with ale. It just does. It's like a blast of cold. It's just called Eldritch Blast. Same as like Eldritch Blast doesn't actually shoot an eldritch creature at somebody, it just deals force damage.
Alright, so is the thing gonna come back out, or are we dead?
I'm gonna say, Braun, give me a luck roll. D20. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, that's
you
fair.
wait for a few minutes, and although you can hear it moving around inside, it doesn't appear to be coming back out.
I just kind of start muttering under my breath, just rat bastard, and I pick up my my ration and I walk away.
Can I use my territorial feat to see if there's another entrance into there in the vicinity of this building?
Post it for me. I don't think that's how that works either, man.
I
Oh,
might
it's
just
gonna
have
be
to slip the
territorial.
throat of the next reptilian I see.
Trait also found in awakened black bears, albeit different form.
Advantage in perception checks detecting creatures within 100 feet.
Yeah, that's detecting creatures, not entrances to dens, my dude.
Well, can I perceive if they're coming out a different way?
You want to investigate the area around the place?
I want to perceive whether I see them running out a different way while I poke a stick into the hole. Poke my corked spear uncorked into the hole.
Okay, but you also need to remember that, like, it's still a home. It's not like it's half a foot thick. You can just look on one side or the other, right?
Alright, well, let's just fucking get on with it then.
Like, if you want, you can go around the place and, you know, investigate, see if you find any more entrances and exits.
Alright.
Yeah, as we walk, like, I'll go to the other side and start smacking it and roaring on this side. And just if any runs out, I'll just try to stab some.
So what do I roll then?
In investigation.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, you're not finding anything, dude.
Alright, moving on.
You guys get down to the wharf master's office. Or sorry, down to the wharf.
Is there anyone? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, was it? Are there people?
Oh yeah, this place is booming. Everybody's racing around, trying to load things into boats, and you know, kind of. You do notice that there's a few stalls down here. The stalls closest to the edge of the wharf. You do notice that there are. These seem to be filled with children. And in fact, as you're walking by, give me, you know what? I'm not even gonna make you roll for it. You see a mother, obviously scared. And she tells her young child, let's say a boy about roughly 4 years old. Just stay here. Mommy's got to go and make sure that everything's ready, okay? Just sit here and play with the children, and when Mommy comes back, we're gonna go on a little adventure, okay? Okay, the boy says with a smile. And the mother immediately kind of looks to one of the other adults, and the adult nods to her. And she kind of gives a grateful look before she runs back further into the village. You do see a few adults, however, running around on the actual docks themselves, getting boats prepped, and you see, I'm gonna say down here, you see a mast sticking up beyond the buildings. I can't remember, I told you what colors Bakaris was wearing, did I not?
You've described them. I was also going to ask if it listed the location on the documents, if there was pier numbers or anything.
There is not. It just simply says this document grants the town of Vogler, Mayor Raven, and Gondar, Pedrag, Bjorn, Bedvir, and Braun the right to the Bakaris ships. However, it also says at the very bottom, the last ship cannot leave without the Bakarises.
That's fair. In all the commotion, do we notice anyone that kind of looks like they're directing everybody? You know, somebody who's organizing the evacuation effort that we could talk to, person in charge?
Give me a perception.
I'm also looking. Sorry, dude. I can roll as well.
Okay, so what is the Wharf Master's name? I know it is listed, I just need to find it, because Wharf Master apparently is not in the character's name. Give me a second. Tier. Yes. Braun, I'm gonna say you see it with because you got the higher roll. Son of a bitch. Where'd it go? You do notice a human. Seems to be dressed just like most of the other people. However, he is answering questions as people come up. He's pointing in certain directions. He seems to have a few people around him waiting to speak to him.
I would like to approach and just kind of wait patiently, kind of bring out the papers in my hand and try to wait for a good moment to cut in. I'm not necessarily going to wait my turn, but I am not going to interject. I'm just going to kind of approach up and see if he looks at me.
As somebody's talking to him, let's see. He is a human guard. Let's see. Perception advantage. Oh, good. It's gonna roll it to me, isn't it? Wait a second. Let me change that. He seems to take notice of you, but he doesn't also seems to not be in very much of a rush.
I just kind of wait and stand there, kind of making it obvious that I want to talk to him.
Hey, Kenny, welcome to the stream, bud.
I'm gonna stand up very tall on my hind legs, cross my arms, and tap my foot, looking impatient.
He finishes up with one guy, and the next is about to step up to speak to him.
I kind of raise my hand and say, "Excuse me, sir. I know that there's a line here, but I do have some urgent business. I know it's a very chaotic time, but if you could."
Give me a persuasion.
I'm gonna step forward. Sir, this is about the evacuation effort and the defense of this town. We do not have time to wait. You can go back to helping direct after just a moment of your time.
Okay, well, before you say that, he looks at Braun. Everything here is busy. Everything here is important. Wait your damn turn. And then, Bjorn, you pipe up. Give me a persuasion. Fine. What do you want?
I pull out the document and I gesture to Bjorn and I say, "We've been able to secure the Bakaris' ships.
It's going well,
can
I
you
think,
put me
Kenny.
in their direction?
Thank you. You as well, bud.
Also, at the same time, I'm looking to secure a smaller vessel for a kind of a bit of a secret mission to help the town directly from the mayor. I'm just going to lie about that. And if you had any extra ships or boats that could take about 5 to 6 people, I would need something. Do you have anything that comes to mind? And at the same time, the Bakaris ships can be used to help some of these people. It looks like we're having a bit of an issue. We could talk about that as well.
Are you showing him the document for him to read?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm like pulling it out and like kind of presenting it.
He takes it and he reads it. So what do you need me for? Go talk to the Bakaris company. And he kind of points you. He points you in this direction.
Very well. Before we get that sorted, would you happen to have any boats that you could lend our team? It is of great importance. It's we're hoping to stick around and try to fend off the army and give everyone a better chance of escaping, but we do need a bit of a quick escape of our own. Any help you could give us would be greatly appreciated.
For the love of all the gods. He has like 6 ships. I'm sure he's got one. If you're commandeering them, go take them. And he immediately turns his back to you and starts directing other people.
Fair enough.
Thank you for your time. Sorry you guys are going through this trying times.
He doesn't even say anything. He just kind of waves at you, like like a fuck off wave.
While we're walking over there, I'm gonna look at Braun and be like, in the letter he says that the final ship must be on it. So realistically, if we just park the final ship there, it doesn't have to fit just 5 people. We can fill it to the brim with refugees leaving and have it parked there waiting for us and make a quick exit.
Mhm. Or make sure that on one of those boats they leave something for us. Oh, that's going to be a big ship. We're going to need someone to drive it, so or man it. Let's go take a look.
All right, so you guys start making your way down there. I'm gonna flash back to Bedveer. Bedveer, as you come out of the, all of these jars of oil, you can fit them in your bag of holding. You don't have to really find anybody else to drag them all up there with you.
No, what I was hoping to do is find someone to schlep these off on, carry them up there so I could go down to the market and get more.
That's what I mean, like if you hand.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
I
like
can just carry them and go down the market.
Yeah, I mean,
Go down to the market then.
Yeah, it's not like you're picking up every single weapon from it's not like you're picking up every single weapon off a field. Like you've got a plan, and you're not trying to sell this. You're trying to make it useful to protect the town. So this kind of thing, I would say you could fill your bag of holding with that kind of shit.
Okay. Then I'll head down to the market and start looking for other sources of oil.
Yeah, you catch sight of Bjorn and Braun heading down to this area here. But you do you follow Yalmei's instructions, and you get down to this red building. As you get there, it's actually, I guess it's more of a not really a building. It's a what's
Stall.
the word? Yes, stall. Yeah, exactly. And you can see that back there, there is fuck. What did I say his name was?
That I'm not as good with.
Madrag, did you catch that?
Yao Mei? You said Yao Mei.
No,
Malamar?
Yao Mei is the innkeeper at the Brass Crab.
I heard you
Malamar?
mention Wharf Master. I didn't catch his name.
No, not the wharf master. The dude with the fish oil that supplies the town.
Salabar? Or Salazar?
Something like that. Yeah. He hears you clomp up in your heavy armor. Says, "Sorry, son. In case you haven't noticed, we're evacuating. Don't really not really making sales today,
Perfect. I was hoping to requisition anyway. Assuming you're not taking your oil with you, it would be quite instrumental to the defense of the town, or providing you with enough time to escape. If I might, what's the word I'm looking for? If I might take part of your oil. We'd like to set it on fire to stop the advancing army to give you more time to get away.
He stops, like, packing a bag of, like, tools and stuff. Things that, give me a wisdom. Yeah, a flat wisdom. Thank you, Padraig. Salandar. Damn, bro. There we go. It looks like everything he's packing is the tools of his trade. It seems like wherever he's going to take his tools so that maybe he can probably make some money and, keep his head above water in a new place. He says, well, he stops packing things and he thinks for a moment. He's like, it's not a bad idea, but what are you planning on lighting on fire?
The road north of town. The foliage surrounding it.
I see. I might catch the village on fire, though.
That's outside the gate. It's very unlikely.
Well, he says, let's see what I got. He opens a pantry. Not even a pantry. I guess it'd be like a... He pulls out a key, and he inserts it into a lock inside of a very large... I'm going to say it looks almost like an armoire. And he opens the thing, and he's like, so, how many do you need?
D, all of the above.
Ah, I see.
I don't think you'll be coming back to this town before the advancing army takes whatever they want, which will probably include some of this oil, I'm afraid.
Fair enough. Roll me a D100. You find 74 bottles. These ones are not in jars, however. They are in bottles with a cork in them.
Perfect. With your permission, DM, I will start packing them into my bag of holding. Having done that, we'll hot-foot it north up to the Thornwall Keep.
Sure. Yeah, you can do that. It's going to take you a few minutes to do all that and then head up there. So in the meantime, we will head back up to Pedreg and Gondar. They have... Mayor has recently thanked you for calming the crowd, and they're beginning to disperse. Except for the three old men. They stand in front of you and Gondar. Well, two of you seem to know what you're doing in a fight. How can we help?
Has most of the crowd dispersed that might not want to hear some of this?
Yeah.
So it's just like the two of us, the
Becklin, Mayor, and the three men.
Die Hard.
The rest are all like dispersing. Some have gone like into the village. Looks like they're probably heading towards like a house or a shop front, something like that, to gather stuff. Others have headed directly down to the wharf.
Okay, so not whispering, but also not putting on a show, projecting my voice like I was earlier. I would say that we're starting to think about best course of action versus worst case scenario, and that we want to get as many people out as we can as soon as possible, and also starting to think about maybe not leaving behind a important strategic defensible position for the invading army. And I would detail what the plans have been about possibly setting fire to certain things, what we're doing with the boats. And I would also ask where Darrett and Than are.
The men kind of nod, and they look to Mayor Raven. Mayor Raven is going to say, you know what, give me a persuasion to persuade her.
Straight?
Gondar, are you helping him? You got anything to add?
Well, I've been gone for 5 minutes. I'm just back.
Oh.
Oh, I was just detailing an update to the mayor now that the crowd is dispersed about what our
The water
now that we
source
split
is
the
a
party,
river, dude.
what our efforts are.
This whole river. They're not going to
and
be able
talking
to really
about how we're trying to do what's best
do a
for the
whole lot
majority,
of
but
that,
also
although I guess there is probably
tasking
a
the
couple wells and
minority
fountains
that
here.
remains behind
Here.
with not leaving this as a defensible strategic place for them if they take over the town. so that hopefully they leave sooner rather than later. And I'm now rolling persuasion to convince the mayor thusly.
Of course, I'm helping you, and I completely agree with you.
Yeah, so Gondar kind of sits there and nods, I guess. Ooh, let me see.
Big oof.
Where's Raven? Give me a sec. Let me find her stat block.
Get these ones out of my system before we're in combat.
For real though. Let's give her. Okay. I don't know. You're talking about burning the town, even if it's just part of it. Like, do you know how long it'll take us to get a dock back up in this town if we ever come back?
I would maybe try to look towards Becklin and say, off the top of our heads, I know we're new here, but the two main things that I thought would be of strategic interest to the invading army would be the docks and the tower. If you have any better information than that, we are more than willing to take that into account and plan otherwise. And I would let them both know we're planning to meet up again at lunch. Rest assured, nothing is going to be destroyed or sabotaged before then. We're currently split up, but we will regroup. We just wanted to get as much information as fast as possible.
Okay, Becklin. Oops, that's the wrong handout. Give me 1 second. Becklin's got something to say. Gotta find where it went. She nods. And she says, honestly, Mayor, they might be right. I heard about about war and unstoppable armies in the East. I fear that these Red Dragon Army soldiers are part of that greater force. You know, I've lived here for decades, and I know its people aren't soldiers. They would need weeks of training and 100 more professional soldiers to stand a chance or even protect this town. Making it unlivable might be your best option.
I'd like to jump on top of that before the mayor has a chance to respond.
Sure.
And say that we would hate to see anything bad happen to anybody that lives here. We've gotten nothing but the best in the way of the Kingfisher Festival and hospitality, and we love everybody here. They've more than welcomed us, but we would hate to see this invading army take advantage of what the villagers have built after they evacuate and use this to hurt anybody else.
Give me persuasion at advantage again. Yeah, no, without a nat 20, she would not beat that. And as it is a skill check, a nat 20 really wouldn't help either. Okay, she says. Do what you need to do. I'm going to go down to the wharf and help people get onto the ships and be ready.
Is she making her way to leave?
If you have nothing else to say, she will, yes. Yes.
I want to tell her to please make sure that she grabs some of the orphans' favored belongings on her way out so that they can have that tiniest bit of comfort on the voyage to salvation, hopefully in Calaman.
Yeah, she's about to head off and she stops in her tracks. And she nods. That is a good idea, Pedrag. And she starts heading to her house instead.
You do have your way, Pedrag.
Pedrag?
I want to ask, I assume the mayor's making her way.
Yeah, Gondar just said something to you. I don't know if he's heard that.
No, I heard it. I just don't know how to reply because I'm still new to the whole paladining thing, so I'm not sure how to reply. I want to ask Becklin if she knows where Declan and Than are, because I believe they will be very beneficial to this pertinent effort to evacuate the town, and I want to make sure they're both safe because they've done nothing but their best to help everybody else here also.
You mean Darrett and Than?
Did I say Becklin?
You said Declan.
Yeah. I'm asking Becklin about Darrett and Than.
All right. She says, well, I fear Darrett is currently in no shape to really do much. I mean, he was just stitched up. As far as Than, you might be able to find him at the Brass Crab. Or maybe even down at the wharf. He's good with gadgets and whatnot. He might be trying to make sure people are gonna get where they need to safe.
I'll let her know that more details than I gave earlier about the potential town sabotage and fort of strategic importance stuff that some of us are trying to figure out a way to use, possibly the gnome flinger or something else, to use fish oil or cooking oil to make this place less valuable to the invading army, and that some of us are also working on the boats, and reiterate that we're all planning to meet at the Brass Crab for lunch and to compare notes, that we only split up in order to expedite gathering information and working on the evacuation effort, because we want as many people to get out of here as safely as possible, as soon as possible.
Yeah. Well, definitely find Than then, because he's about the only one who can work that gnome flinger. I have no idea how he made that thing work.
I will agree with her and say that I believe that thing can be more than lethal under the right circumstances, and kind of chuckle.
Yes, most of his inventions are made for good times or invention reasons, just to make something, but they often come out a little harmful, shall we say. She says, has anybody happened to get that package from underneath my bed as of yet?
Who has it in their possession again?
I do.
Bjorn.
I will say that one of our party that is pursuing other efforts has it in. He has secured the package.
Excellent. Just make sure not to give it to him until after the evacuation.
I'll say that we will wait, and that we are securing a special boat for those of us who leave later than others from among the retinue we were promised by the Elder Bakaris.
Very well. So you plan to have Darrett go with you?
I'd like to have room for us plus the three of you. And if that's not clear to her, I mean, oh shit, four. The four of you. And I mean her, the mayor, Darrett, and so Becklin, Darrett, Mayor, Than, plus us. And look to her questioningly, as if I don't know if she's coming with us or not.
Becklin says, Well, whatever boat the mayor goes in, she's probably going to make sure the orphans go in as well. I don't know if she's going to be able to go with you. As for me, I'm not sure if I'm going to be leaving, which is why I've asked you to make sure Derek gets the gift I got him.
I'm going to suggest that if I don't think that the mayor or the orphans should wait that long, that they should be on one of the first boats out, if at all possible. The only people going on the later boats should be those willing to take that risk or those willing to stay in defense of the village if need be.
Becklin says,
And the orphans are not need be.
Becklin says nobody's leaving until all at the same time. If you are planning on staying a little later than others, then you guys will probably be one of the last ships. The rest are all leaving all at the same time. We start sending people downriver ahead of time and there is somebody watching, you know, they're going to be able to set up an ambush, whereas more are going to be able to survive an ambush if there's no warning that they're coming downriver.
I know the mayor is she's not in the room anymore.
No,
But
she's in the home. You guys are out front of her home.
Yeah, I'll ask Becklin if she knows if she or the mayor has gotten word about the scout with the boat who was sent out to check if there was any enemy army scouts along the river or if they were just guarding that front gate.
We have not heard back as of yet.
Are you expecting word back at a certain time, or should we send someone after him to make sure everything's okay?
The more people we send, the more are just going to fall into a trap if there is one. Whatever time he gets back is when he's probably going to get back. I don't know if there was a set time.
I'll mention that if he hasn't been back before the mass evacuation is planned, that maybe we should send us or another comparably armored and capable group to take care of any enemy scouts ahead of the mass evacuation.
We will have to see what we can do a little closer to time. We're waiting for Cudgel to get back with word that she's reached her ironclad regiment.
I will nod as if I totally didn't forget about Cudgel's existence.
Okay, and with that, we will head back down to Braun and Bjorn. However, we are at roughly the half-hour mark. I might go a few minutes later tonight if everybody's okay with it, just because we were late getting started. But we are going to take our 5 to 10 minute break so that we can all go to the bathroom and have a smoke for those of us who, puff on the cancer sticks and so on. But we will be right back.
Hell yeah, always down.
Yeah, I got my refill when people were playing Mouse Hunt.
All right, so Bjorn and Broad. Excuse me. You guys have headed over towards the dock with one of the bigger ships, as well as a few small ships along the other side. Before you lies a somewhat large ship, probably fit a good 40 people on the big one, and probably between 6 and 10 on each of the smaller ones, of which there is, let's say, 5.
And how many big ships were there?
One that could fit probably about 40 to 50 people.
Okay.
And how
is
many
there-
fit on the other ones?
6 to 10.
Are there Bakaris crew here or someone specific tending these boats, or are they just sitting here?
Give me a perception. At first you don't see anybody, but you can hear on the bigger ship, there's somebody walking around on deck and giving orders.
Hail,
Let's
sir!
go.
Kind of cheer up to him, and then we start walking up to the boat.
He comes to the edge. Yeah?
Are you in charge?
Who wants to know?
We have
This
news for
letter.
you. And I present the letter as he says that. You should read this. We're helping
Your
getting people out of the
services
city.
are ours now.
Bjorn, did you say
Right.
that?
Yes.
On the word of Bakaris.
He looks at Bjorn. And he squints. Permission denied to you. And he looks at Braun. He said, permission granted. Let me see it.
I kind of just brush off that for now, and I do walk up on the board with the documents and present them to him very formally to kind of lay them out. I say, you can read these if you'd like. Lays everything out.
He takes it and he reads it. You convinced Bakaris to help the villagers.
He has a heart of gold, it seems, and I roll my eyes very obviously.
And I yell up, and I can be very persuasive.
And yet you're on dock while he's on board. What even
Did
are
you say
you?
that? I'm gonna step up onto the boat, be like, I, sir, am none of your business. But if you care to keep your ship, you'll do well to abide by the note.
4 people immediately raise their swords to you as you try and board the ship.
I try to interject if possible. If it's, I don't know the timing of this, but I would essentially be pointing out that this individual is Bjorn as listed directly here on the document, and I point to the document.
He
Like
waves,
it or not,
he waves down his men.
like it or not, he deserves, or he's allowed to be on this ship.
I apologize for the blunt nature, but we have been stonewalled every step of the way, and as you can see, time is of the essence.
Yes, but you know, respect goes a long way.
Respect is earned, not just given.
When you're taking command of somebody else's ship, it sure as fuck is.
That is fair, and this is not ideal. We recognize that, but we do need your help. And what the plan's going to be is this large ship here will be. Once we confirm everything, we're going to get some people on to leave, and we're also going to be commandeering one of your small vessels for our own use. We have a side mission. How many people do you have on your crew? We want to add some people onto this larger ship, send it out, and have some of the small vessels as well
And realistically,
Operation.
if the journey isn't too long, we would like you to ferry back and forth as many people out of town as you can on all but one of your ships. We don't want to see the villagers die.
You do know that there's also like plenty of other ships, so
Yeah.
More than
So what,
likely,
there's enough for one trip to take everybody?
with Bakaris' ship, there might be, yes. You guys were a little short because when you guys encountered the ships, it was looking like Bakaris was not going to allow you guys to use his ships. However, with his big ship, it can fit 50 comfortably. Like, you can pack a lot more people on there if, you know, you're not looking for beds and shit. You know,
Mhm.
and
And when Bakaris says when Bakaris says that he must be on the last ship, is that literally, or he just wants to be on a ship? Because the last ship will be the one we're on, and it's right by his house.
It simply means that, like, if he has not gotten on one of the ships, the last one is not to leave if he has not gotten on one yet. Like he's making sure that he is getting the fuck out.
Just for reference, how far away is Caliban given average tides and transportation time?
Give me a minute. I'll see if I can figure that out.
Yeah, what the plan is we essentially are going to take one of the boats over to our beachhead, and ideally, not all the ships leave. Like, maybe one is maybe a little bit further out, like it can start to leave and pick us up as we go. Or if, you know, that's not working out and they got a piece, we'll just hightail it as much as we can to catch up with the fleet.
Well, if we just take the one 10-person ship and have it waiting for us, that's perfect.
Yeah.
And then boogie out.
Yeah, you and I, Bjorn, will take one of the ships and we'll
And
bring it
your
over.
bravest captain, if available, because
no,
we
you're
might
not
be
getting a
coming
captain.
out hot.
No, you guys are not going to be able to get a captain. Like, the smaller ships don't require a captain. The only one that requires a captain is the big one.
Oh, they're like what? Little sailboats?
Well, not even sailboats. They're like, Great
like a
Grandpa's old
six-person
boats.
rowboat.
Yeah, basically they're like rowboats and shit. At best, you would have one small sail on it. But it's definitely not like, you remember Great Grandpa's old boats, Jesse?
Yeah.
Yeah, think about one that's probably, I'm gonna say, like
Just a little motorboat.
an extra few fucking feet, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a
You would say like a
24
longboat.
foot.
Like, I guess that'd be what, like maybe a 15-footer, I guess.
Yeah, that would be a
bigger than
long
that.
boat. You row it, and it's 10 people.
Like a 16-foot John boat fits 4 to 5 people.
I'm
Regardless,
talking about
that's
like
fine.
an old fishing boat. Like, my great grandpa had old ones. Like, if you fit 3 people on a bench, you could fit the driver. You get one
Driver and 9 people. 3 benches, 3 per bench.
The
and the
front
driver
bench
in the
you'd
back.
only get like one person on, so that's why it's slightly larger than his. Like, it's safe as long as you're not throwing on like a bunch of people that all weigh like 400 pounds.
Well, we got
Regardless.
one big bear, but yeah, that's fine though. It'll be enough for our party, and that's pretty much it.
As for Pedrag's question, as for distance, the fucking map doesn't have a goddamn scale. This is ridiculous. Who puts out a map without a fucking scale on it, man? I'm gonna say, I don't know, maybe. God damn it.
Each house is like 50 feet long.
No, he's talking distance from Vogler to Calaman, like how long it would take to get from the town to the city. I'm talking like I fucking don't know. I'm gonna just throw a number out there. Let's say if you're going, I mean, it's a river. There's not really any rapids. but that gets to near the end of the river where it starts to turn into a fucking lake and then an ocean. So, let's go with 18 hours. Say 18 hours to get from Vogler to Calaman by boat. Rowing.
But do we need to get all the way to Calaman in the boat? Realistically, we just need to get back across to the river to where, like, we swam across, right?
It's going to be a lot easier to get shit rocked on land than it is in water.
But if they don't have boats, they can't come after us.
I mean, there's still
And if
plenty
we can get
ways.
across and grab horses and ride away.
So she was talking. I guess you weren't there for that conversation. So you don't know this yet, but I'm sure Padraig's going to tell you. Basically, like, the war to the east. I mean, she's not talking on this side of the water. The war to the east is to the east of Calaman, like all to the east of the mountains. You know, hold on, I'll take you to the big map here. So you guys are here. So the war to the east is like this area over here, up among these mountains here. Like, if you cross the water, if there might be others, you know, other armies over in that direction. You don't know.
Yeah, Kerr's the
Sorry,
area.
where
that I
are
heard
we?
was a warlock.
I missed where you clicked. We're in Vogler?
Yeah, Kerr has bad stuff going on down there too.
Hey, Savage, there's a scale on the map, right side center, on the big view.
I can barely hear you.
Yeah, you're. Oh, there it is. I see. Yeah, you were very quiet, John.
Sorry about that. Microphone nudged away from my mouth.
Oh, I see it. Okay, so give me a second. I will figure this out.
Regardless, we've secured the boat. We could regroup with the others, sail it up to our point, and regroup with the others. Who knows how long we have before this battle kicks off?
Yeah, I think if we have time, like I'd say we should try to sail that one boat up there for sure and anchor it.
All right, just give me 1 second before we go. Do any of the markets right here have any fish at all? Or anything?
Hold on, I'm still trying to figure this out. Give me a minute.
All right.
Padraig doesn't know this, but Todd found a map where it appears they're 30 miles apart.
30 miles?
Yeah, more than 25, less than 50, closer to 25. And I believe Calaman was downriver. But looking at the map with a basic knowledge of geography, I think it's upriver because it's a bay funneling down into a delta and a river.
Could be a tidal river.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. There's no elevations, so I can't tell exactly.
So when we go
But
back to the Vogler map, if you look at the way the water is flowing, 1 second. You take a look at the water. See how it looks like it's curling in this area? And it's going to curl in the direction that it's going.
So it goes towards Calaman.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me link this to you. Or I'll just do a snip.
We'll say it's 30 miles, so, or just short of it. So if it's just short of 30 miles, then we are looking at, yeah, I would say you can probably travel twice the speed. No, probably 3 times the speed. If you can do 26 miles in a day on foot, taking rests and whatnot, you know what? It's probably going to take about 8 hours.
We're traveling with the current or against it, you said?
With it.
So then 8 hours even seems too long.
Nobody
We're
said it was
traveling
a
with
fast current, dude. That's the way the water flows, but that doesn't mean, you know, it's like whipping down. It's not like a riptide.
Even with 6 people rowing.
It is going to take you 8 hours.
All right.
They don't even have Wi-Fi.
Oh, so it's the BC ferry then.
All right. So, I forgot where we were in this conversation with Braun and Bjorn and the captain.
They were
Is the-
discussing multiple trips if needed to make sure everyone gets out in a timely manner, and the number of boats available.
Yeah,
Blair said we wouldn't need multiple trips.
Yeah, so we won't need multiple trips. Honestly, you're not going to be able to do multiple trips even if you could, just because it's 8 hours. Like, once the evacuation starts, like, that is going to be it.
All right, so then it's decided. So is he pointing us to a ship? Which ship would you be willing to let us borrow?
He points to one. It's the bigger of the small ships.
And I let him know that we're gonna let the wharf master know that this area and these ships are to be used for the evacuation, and that Bakaris should make a decision. I don't know if he can relay this message to Bakaris, but I let him know that Bakaris should essentially get on one of these ships because it's going down.
It's going down. What do you mean? One of my ships is going down?
There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be descending on this town very soon.
The ship's not going down. The shit's going down.
He still has a very confused look on his face. Yeah, sure. And he points at one of his men, says, "Go tell Bakaris to get him and his son and his stuff." And the man runs off.
All right, so
Pick the boat.
yeah, we're walking to find the wharfinger, and I want to know if there's any markets that have like stalls that have fish or foods on them still.
Sure, you guys go back into market. Give me a perception at disadvantage.
All of us.
No, Bjorn. Yeah, you're able to find a stall. Looks like somebody seems to be piling fish into crates and packing them with salt.
Are any alive?
Good.
I don't know. Would you like to talk to the guy?
Sure. Good day, sir. Sorry to trouble you. I see you're busy. I was just hoping to make a purchase quick before we make this long journey.
Little busy here. What do you need? And he just continues packing the fish with salt.
How many fish will 5 gold buy me? And do you have any live ones or any live animal?
I mean, yeah, I got a couple still live.
So I'll take 1 live animal or fish, and then what would you do for 5 gold?
He looks you up and down. What do you want me to do for 5 gold? And he's kind of got this, like, almost afraid to ask look on his face.
Do I see any like bags, like sacks sitting around the stand? Empty sack?
Yeah, he's probably got a couple empty bags of salt.
So I'm gonna pick up the empty bag if it's within reach and be like, what do you say you fill this bag 5 gold, fill it with the fish, and we need 1 live fish.
Sure.
The live fish is for me. Don't ask.
He hands you a bucket, Braun, and he goes about packing about 20 fish, all gutted, into a bag.
Could you throw in a little bit of salt to keep him okay while we travel?
He says, yeah, sure, and he just like pours half a bucket of salt in, or half a bag of salt in.
Thank you, sir. All right, should we go to the Warner quick?
Yeah, we go over to the wharf master, and he's obviously busy, so we wait our turn, or kind of get ready to interject in again, and just pretty much announce to him that the Bakaris ships are to be used in the evacuation. So he should just go over there and talk to the crew members, and we'll be connecting as soon as we can if needed. But he should go connect with the Bakaris.
So I'm going to say that while you wait in line, that's where we're going to switch to Bedveer.
Yeah.
Mr. Bedveer.
Yep.
You have hauled ass to Thornwall Keep.
Got it. Is our little gnomish friend there by chance?
No, he is not there.
Then I will unload my oil stocks here by the gnome thinger.
Sorry, say again, you got quiet.
Sorry, damn, I don't know what's going on with this. I'm going to unload my oil by the gnome flinger, set it beside it, so it's quick to load when we need to.
Okay.
And what time is it right now?
At this point, it's probably getting close to, I'm going to say, like 11 o'clock.
I'm going to start for the brass crab because I'm not quite sure what lunchtime is. But I think I've accomplished my primary mission. And so I'll link up with the others at that point, and we can discuss how to implement it. When I get to the brass crab, I will ask the innkeeper if they know where I can find our little gnomish friend.
Okay. You get down to the brass crab. And as you enter, Than actually happens to be there. He seems to be working on something at a table.
Morning, sir. What are you working on?
You are still so quiet. I turned you up to like 150%.
I'm trying to turn up in my system. Because I shouldn't be that quiet.
Yeah.
Any better?
It is, but that's because I turned you up to 174%.
All right.
All right, so sorry. You walk in, you see Than working on something.
Good morning, sir. What are you working on?
It's a little bit of tinkering to take my mind off things. We've got some good defenses set up at the river gate. I figure maybe I don't know, a little slingshot might come in handy, you know. And as you kind of look at what he's working on, you can definitely see that he is basically strapped some rubber to a steel, two-pronged piece of steel, and it kind of it comes down his wrist, and where his hand sits, you see there's a big piece that or two prongs that kind of come out from the bottom, and there's a strap of iron that connects the bottom two prongs, and it kind of rests on his forearm. And he kind of like pulls the tubing back with the patch of leather, and pulls it back as far as he can and releases it, and the thing kind of goes off with a snap. That should do it.
I like that, but I had something larger in mind if you're willing to lend an ear.
Oh god, that hurt.
Sorry.
Oh my god. Oh, I had you cranked up so loud, and then all of a sudden your mic fixed itself. Woo! Alright.
Good to talk?
almost. Try again.
How about now?
All right, you should be good now.
Okay, sorry about that. Didn't mean to do that to y'all. So I say to him, I had something larger in mind. If you lend an ear, I've been accumulating oil this morning in the thought of perhaps raining fire down on our enemies to buy time for the villagers using the gnome flinger, if you think that might work.
That's an interesting way to do it. Let's see. Well, I think I might have a little time. You want to come with me? We'll try and figure that out.
Gladly, let's go.
He'll follow you back up there. I'm just going to say that's going to take you a little bit to get up there. We're going to switch over to Pendragon Gondar.
Perfect.
As the two of you, along with the three old men and Becklin, have been talking. What y'all doing now?
Well, since we took care of the warrior villagers, I'd say I take some time and go on with my reading.
All right, so you're just going to the back to the Brass Crab to your room and do some.
Yeah.
Are you trying to decipher that book?
That book, yes.
Okay.
Before I leave Becklin at near the mayor's house, I've gotten the update on Darrett. I've gotten the update on Than. She volunteered the information about Cudgel. I want to ask her if there's any update on the enemy soldier who was imprisoned. If there was any more information gleaned from him, or if he's no longer necessary and he's a medium creature that can be sacrificed.
Well, you have the fish now you can sacrifice.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I don't know that.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Becklin, do you say the word sacrifice?
I don't say the words medium creature that can be sacrificed, but I say, has any information further been gleaned from him, or have you exhausted your efforts with what you perceive as his usefulness?
Let me take a look at her alignment. Give me a moment.
Yeah, because I don't see this going towards negotiations, since we're intentionally planning to disobey their orders to stay and not evacuate. So I don't think we need him as like a negotiation pawn. And maybe outside of the sanctity of the Brass Crab, we can either get more information from him or use him towards our own ends.
She shakes her head. He is a prisoner of war, and therefore subject to the law. He will be coming with us.
On a boat, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Aren't you a paladin?
Barely.
Yeah, she is lawful good, so any word of like execution or anything like that, she's not gonna go for.
I didn't say the E word.
Yeah, no, it's still obvious what you meant. Even if you didn't say the word sacrifice, you were at least suggesting like you can't leave him here. She's not dumb. She's well aware of what some people do during war as a Knight of Solamnia, right? So she knows that you were like, when you said like, you know, his usefulness is over, that it was quite obvious what you meant.
Okay, yeah, I just wasn't sure how beholden she was to the sanctity that was established at the Brass Crab's dining room. And I'm Oath of Vengeance and I'm chaotic, so I'm a little more loosey-goosey than she is.
Very much so.
Is anyone on our team lawful good?
No.
No,
Nice.
I'm neutral.
Good.
Nope.
But yeah, she says he will be coming with us. I'm going to make sure a couple of the stronger militiamen are the ones escorting him.
Is Gondar still near me, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to look to him and say, that was the last immediate concern I had before we regroup and compare notes at lunch. Can you think of anything else we need to ask or do?
Nope.
Given that, then I would suggest that we head to the Brass Crab for some brief respite and to regroup. And I would definitely be inviting Becklin to join us. Also, that's where we last left Darrett recuperating, right? Didn't you
Yes, it is.
that? Like, I laid him right away when he got into town, but he got bandaged at the Brass Crab, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm gonna definitely suggest that she come with us because I think she and I are both interested in checking on him.
She's gonna say I still have much to do. I will check on him soon, but right now, I have things I must prepare.
Okay, I'll let her know that that's where we're gonna be until we figure out our next steps, and then we might again separate to accomplish everything expeditiously.
Very well. I will catch up with you later. So you and Gondar are heading to the Brass Crab then?
I am.
Yes.
You guys get down to the Brass Crab. Yalme says, hello. You just missed Bedfear. Him and Than went up to the up to Thornwall Keep. We're talking about using the gnome flinger for something. I ain't quite understand it.
Well, let's hope it's for our own good. Not like last time.
Last time? What do you mean?
Well, the ones of us who did use it were in for a surprise. Being tossed.
Oh. Fair enough. You can see that she's been packing up the bar. She has left a few bottles on the shelf, however. But she's packed most of them away.
Is any whiskey left?
On the shelf? Yeah, there's a bottle of whiskey.
If I notice that, I'd like to gesture to it and be like, may I?
Oh, you really don't want that.
I'm a fucking dwarf. What's wrong with it?
Well, I could pour you a glass, but within an hour you're going to be bleeding from every orifice you have.
What's that?
Sounds like something useful in a future negotiation.
That's why they're not packed away in the crates here, and she kind of lifts a crate onto the counter. But she pulls out a glass and a bottle. She pops the cork and pours you a glass of whiskey. Do you want one, Gondar?
No. I'd like to keep my head clear.
Very well. She pours you one, Padraig, and then just like tips the bottle up and takes a couple glugs out of it. Puts the cork back on and puts it back into the crate and brings you over the mug.
She takes a couple shots from the bleeding from every orifice whiskey.
No, the one she pulled out of the crate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she poured you a mug, and then she took a couple gulps from it, from the bottle.
Oh, okay. I will drink what she offered that she drank from, but I am asking her if I can get the bleeds from every orifice whiskey for future endeavors.
I'm going to leave that here, because once they take the town, one of the first stops is going to be the taverns and the bars.
Has anybody else made it back to the Brass Crab? I know she mentioned someone came and left.
Yeah, it's just Bedveer at this point. But he took off with Than to Thornwall Keep.
Okay, because I got an idea about us, and I'll say this out loud, about us possibly leaving some quote-unquote salted fish behind that has been poisoned for the invaders to have.
You don't know about the fish yet, though.
It's a fishing village. They have fish.
Yeah.
I'm suggesting, since she's mentioned this bleed from every orifice whiskey and that she wants to leave it behind for the invaders, that we not only leave drink behind for them, but that we also leave behind some fish that we have poisoned. I hope the people doing the evacuation are not getting poisoned fish.
She says, well, I don't have any more poison, but I guess you could always douse a little bit of the fish.
There's more than one way to stop an army than fire.
This is true.
I also haven't seen the Scaly Boys eat, so I have no idea what they eat.
While they're doing this, can we be sailing up to our spot
We will get to you
for the
guys.
sake of time saving?
Sure. It'll take you like 10 minutes to go against the current to get up there. But yeah, as she says, well, she'll pull one out, and she's like, keep this separate from the rest, though, okay? And she'll hand you the bottle, Padraig.
Will do. I want to make sure that it is somehow distinct from the half-empty bottle of whiskey I currently have in my pouch.
It is the same type of whiskey, but this bottle is full, the one she just handed you.
Okay, I will note to myself that the full bottle is no bueno.
All right. Is there anything else you guys wish to do while at the Brass Crab, or are you just going to sit here and wait for the rest of them?
Yeah, we're reading the book.
Yeah, I would probably try to attempt to help him with the book, and barring that, not help him to help him better.
What language was the book in? Was it Infernal or Abyssal?
Abyssal.
Abyssal. But Drake, do you
Yeah,
speak
that's
Abyssal?
not one of my languages.
Okay. Shit. It's been so long. It's been a few sessions since you guys tried to decipher any of this. I don't remember what the roll was that I was having you guys do to decipher it. I don't suppose, Padraig, you got that in your notes, do you?
Checking. The previous attempt said Abyssal language is very archaic. Padraig and Gondar work on the book further. We get more done, but only 5 make sense, bringing our total of usable translated pages to 9. I do not have any specifics on the rolls. Sorry.
Let's see. I believe it was for every hour. You guys got a roll.
I know we were never more than like 60 to 75% effective.
I'm gonna say it was probably Arcana, I think. Yeah, that makes sense. I believe it was Arcana. So, Gondar,
Yeah.
give me an Arcana. Yeah, you managed to decipher one page in that hour. So that's going to take the two of you to about noon. So, as it's about 11 o'clock for the others, Braun and Bjorn, you guys have taken 10 minutes to sail the boat up, or row it up to that point. You drop anchor and you guys swim the, like, you know, maybe 50 feet to the shore.
With how small the boat is, couldn't we just put it up on the shore?
Give me.
How rocky is the shore?
I mean, it's pretty rocky, but
This boat is solid wood, right?
I mean, yeah, it's not solid wood. It's like, you know, ship wood. You know, they come in planks.
ship
and form,
wood-
right?
In those days, is a whole different story than ship wood now. You know what I'm saying? This ship was built better.
I would say no, it's not. Sorry, bro. It's definitely not built better. They don't have the technology we would have. It was done by hand, so like the shape of it was better, but the way they would treat the wood, they would have a lot less ways to do it than they do now.
They don't have OSHA.
So I'm gonna say, as you guys get it near the shore, you can give me an investigation.
Sorry. How many pages have we deciphered so far from the book?
Padraig, do you have that knowledge written down? +1 for what you guys just did?
Checking.
All right, you can just type it in chat if you find it. Bjorn and Braun. You guys look, and although there is a good amount of like dirt on shore, you feel like it is a little rocky.
I'm not afraid of the water.
All right, we swim. I'm gonna grab 3 fish out of the bag and then leave the rest of the bag in the boat, anchored down.
With that in mind, the live fish that I took, I would have kind of taken over away from people and performed a little sacrifice for it and killed the fish with the ceremonial sacrificial knife.
How long does it take?
It's I don't think it takes any time. Let me see.
So you could have done that while I wrote us up.
I found it. Okay.
Yeah, it just says, while attuned to this, if you sacrifice a tiny or small creature, you regain one expended spell slot. If you sacrifice a medium or large creature, it's a second level spell slot. So I think it's instantaneous. A fish is a tiny creature.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it would be tiny.
Yeah, I stab the fish and I say a little kind of prayer as well, and I bring the fish with us and say that we're going to enjoy a good meal and thank them and kill the fish.
Okay. You get 1 level spell slot.
Yay.
Now that you have that set up, the boat is ready. Where would you guys like to go?
So I don't think we ever discussed meeting at the Brass Crab before we all parted ways, did we?
Yes.
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah, I would pretty much say that we'd be heading that way to the Brass Crab meet up. It's probably getting towards that time.
Any objection, Bjorn?
Nope, no objections.
All right, you guys start to head down to the Brass Crab. Now that you've gone on shore, during the walk, you guys will pretty much dry off mostly. But you guys get to the Brass Crab near noon. Bedvere,
Yes.
it is about 11 o'clock. You and Than get to the get up to the top of Thornwall Keep, and he wants some more details on how you want this to work.
I would solicit his advice because I think the goal is to have this impact and ignite. I think if we try and ignite it in the launcher, we'll burn the launcher and potentially ourselves.
I have an idea. He takes out a bunch of the jars, and he sets them down on the stonework here, and he very carefully unscrews the caps. He takes it over to a little tool bench he set up near the gnome flinger, and he starts punching holes in the top of it with a say a screwdriver. It's like, now we do this, and he starts tearing up pieces of rags and says, now what we can do, I'll need about an hour if you can keep doing this, what I'm doing. And he shows you how to do it, how to punch a hole in the top and then kind of feed a rag in through it and then screw the lid back on. He says, you keep doing this, I'm gonna go downstairs and to the forge and make something that can keep these better placed in the spot, so when we send them with this thing, with the gnome flinger, it's not going to just fall out of the seat. We'll make a yeah. Okay, I have an idea. It's like, keep doing that, and he's
I'll stop him and say I can do this for half an hour, but then I have to go back to the Brass Crab for a meeting, and I can come back and finish if that works for you.
Yeah. Sure. That works.
And I will follow that course of action.
And how many do you have?
16 jars, 74 bottles.
Okay, so 90?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Let's say you do 2 a minute. I'm gonna say you can get 60 done. Actually, you know what? The bottles are gonna be even easier to do. So, say you can get 2 jars a minute done. Pretty simple to do. But the bottles, you can get like 4 of them done in a minute. So it'll only take you 4 minutes to get the, you got 16 jars and 64.
8 minutes for the jars. And how many bottles was it per minute?
4.
Probably about 64, just swagging it, and then I'll punch out and I'll hoof it down to the Brass Crab.
Okay. As you get down the stairs of Thornwall Keep, you see Than kind of like forging what looks to be more of almost like a small cage. However, the gaps in the wire on this small cage are quite thin. and you see that it's got about the size of the bottles and the jars. He's in fact making 2, one for each. There's small little contraptions on the side that look like he can make it kind of like a connector. And he hears you come down. He says, "I'll be done soon. Another half hour, 45 minutes. I'll be good. Come back when you're able, and we'll set this all up."
Will do. And I'll
Alright.
take off for the breast crab.
For sure.
Oh, thank you.
So you guys, Bjorn and Braun, you get there about about 10 minutes before Bedvere. And she fries you guys up some fish with what little oil is left. And she brings it out and sets it down as Bedvere is coming in.
I explained to everyone where the boat is and that we essentially need to arrange or figure out a way to get that boat either downstream with the rest of them or catch up with the boats when we leave, depending on the status of the city and how things are going. But we have something in place at least, even if it's a backup plan.
Agreed. Are you guys still there?
Yep.
I don't think I'm there yet. I think I'm like 10 minutes out.
No, you're there. That's why I said.
Oh, I'm there. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm
Everybody's there.
sorry. Okay. Sounds like a good plan. And I'll explain my progress with the jars and bottles of oil, and that Tharn is working on a launcher. We'll set up pre-registered firing points at the base of the river gate and a little bit further out, maybe at 50 and 100 yards respectively.
I really like the idea of the Molotovs.
Anyone else want to share their progress?
We have secured the ships. We've brought a ship up top for our speedy escape. And I also got some fish, and I slam my 3 fish down on the table, take a bite of one of them. Anyone want some fish?
I will mention my idea I had about poisoning fish and ask if all of the fish have been secured for the evacuation effort or if there's any left. And I'll also ask if there were any fish that were maybe past the sell-by date that maybe the invading army wouldn't know were rotten, and maybe we could poison those further.
Well, I've got a bag of 20 fish sitting in the sun on the boat waiting for us.
No, I mean like bad fish that they weren't going to take with us anyway.
True. But if it's to help the cause, you could use my fish and we could just, poison it like you said.
Question, Savage. Do we know if the water in the river is fresh water or salt, given that it connects to a sea or ocean?
It's
It
a river,
flows-
so it would be at fresh, right?
It flows
I would think.
towards the ocean, so it's going to be
Ah,
fresh.
okay. All right, cool. Never mind.
Yeah, it's a river connecting to a bay. I will relate what we did with the mayor and Becklin near the mayor's house, but I'm gonna downplay my persuasive speeches. I'm not upselling that in the slightest. Like I'll give the factual details, but I'm not trying to grandstand. I will though upplay the heroism of the 3 older gentlemen who are willing to fight to the last for the town.
That's very noble of them. Are they here right now?
Did you? What did you tell them to do? By the way, I can't remember. Dragon Gondor.
They were volunteering. We did not give them specific instructions, nor was it clear if they followed us to the brass grab.
Right. Would you like to go back and suggest what they can do to help? Not like actually, not like kind of like retcon it.
Yeah, retroactively, unless Gondar has a better suggestion, I probably would have suggested that they get their, for lack of a better phrase, women and children to evacuate and maybe to rally any other like-minded men or other able-bodied folks that were diehard and stubborn, and help in that kind of an effort. Like if they could increase their numbers from 3 with people that weren't going to leave no matter what, but as the majority of the crowd dispersed and was willing to evacuate, if those 3 men had any family, we would have wanted them to encourage them to, get their shit together and get ready to get on a boat.
Okay. Yep.
Because I don't know these dudes and their families, and I don't know what their family situation is, but that would have been my suggestion.
Sure.
Yeah, you're right. Initially, we told them to go on somehow guard duty, but I think that's for the best, what you're saying now.
Yeah, sure. We can retcon that. That's where they went to go do. So, anything else you guys wish to discuss as you guys finish your lunch?
Did we leave anyone at the keep to ring the bell when things go down?
There was still people at the gate, kind of watching and finishing prepping and whatnot.
And Than is playing with the Gnome Flinger still while
Yeah.
we're regrouping.
What was the outcome of asking about starting the fires? What did the mayor say to you guys?
Talking to you, Dragon Gondar.
We weren't the fire guys?
No, but you were the ones convincing her.
Oh,
About setting the fire, yes.
I could just say that that it wasn't her first choice, but she understands the value of removing strategic importance from this place, and I would specifically detail that she agreed with us on our previous understanding that it was the docks and the keep that had the highest strategic value, that we weren't trying to necessarily burn every villager's house to the ground, because these guys have already shown that they're willing to camp in a field in the hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands. What was it?
Oh,
More, was it more than 100, less than 1,000?
It was
or more than thousands, less than 1,000,000?
More than 1,000, but less than 1,100.
Okay,
As far
so
as you
they've
guys
already
know, it was
shown-
roughly a thousand man army.
Okay. So they've already shown their willingness to camp in the hundreds in tents. So,
But the fires have a second use as well. You know, you start fires in their path as they retreat. Once everybody's past a certain point, you light it ablaze, slows them down following.
I'm not an expert on that, but the gist of it that I gave to the mayor, yeah, she agreed that it's the keep and the docks that are probably of the most strategic importance to them.
Nice.
We didn't talk to her about specifics vis-a-vis oil and gnome flinger.
Hey, that whiskey you got up there, is it flammable?
What is the brass crab lady's name?
Yalme.
Yaume said that she was packing what was worth packing and leaving behind what was going to be a really bad time for anybody that drank it. And I think that the ones that are up on the shelf are there for a reason. And wink. Without mentioning bleeding from every orifice.
I was just thinking if they're flammable, a couple bottles might be good for us as we make our retreat to our boat. We burn the beach behind us, so it's harder for them to follow us out.
I don't know, so I will ask in character, is the used cooking oil from the restaurants flammable?
Are you asking Yalme or are you asking somebody else?
Yeah,
I am asking the room because
I was asking Yelnay
more
too.
into alcohol than cooking.
So
I
Yalme is going
understand.
to say, no, the whiskey is not flammable. It's not high enough alcohol content.
Does she have an answer about the used cooking oil?
I think Bedvere was about to answer.
Yeah, the used cooking oil, to my understanding, does go poof.
Okay, so I would suggest that after the last meals for the villagers have been prepared, that maybe we grab some of the used cooking oil and we could use that to expedite our exit on the beach or at the dock, because they're not going to use it again before it would go rancid, so we may as well use it.
Yalme says, I used everything we had left. There was... Bedvere took pretty much everything I had. I had like the tiniest bit left in a jar just so I could make a little food, and pretty much that was the last meal. But she'll ask...
Well, when everybody's sorry,
Go ahead.
when everybody's done eating, should we make our way back to the keep and prepare ourselves? I'm
Yeah.
asking you guys.
I don't see we don't have anything more to do here.
I think that's right. At this point, we've got everything moving. We just need to get in place, test our ranges, and stand by for the army to arrive.
Mhm.
Has Padraig heard in character where Than currently is?
I mean, Bedvere told you that he was making a contraption to help fling stuff with the gnome flinger up at the Thornwall Keep.
And he's still at the tower.
As far as you guys are aware.
Okay.
You guys are heading up to Thornwall Keep then?
Sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
I think we're ready.
If it means taking a different route, I'm willing to. I want to check at the mayor's house and hopefully hoping that she has gotten what she needed for the kids and is not putzing around there, as time is probably running short.
She is very pragmatic. So yeah, she's not burning time on anything that she doesn't deem necessary. So as you guys enter or exit the Brass Crab, you see her coming down with a pack. And in fact, Juniper is with her as well. And she's heading down towards the wharf. Did you want to say anything, or?
I think we should connect back with her and give her the details that we've moored a ship up by the beach, and it's our intention to stall them. But if the last ship that's out could maybe lag behind a little bit to try to pick us up, that would be appreciated. But if they get into trouble, that they should just take off.
Very well. Once everybody's ready, and we get word back from Cudgel, we will begin the evacuation. For now, as you guys look around, and you guys been in the Brass Crab, you look around and you don't see anybody in the vicinity other than a few people that seem to be headed towards the wharf. In fact, the only noise in town seems to be in the direction of the wharf.
This could be the last time we ever see you. Take care.
So long, and thanks for all the fish.
We'll do what we can.
Let's not say goodbye. Let's just say so long. And hopefully we'll meet again in Kalaman.
We'll see you there.
Juniper stops and thank you for all your help.
Speaking of Juniper, did we check on Darrett while we were at the Brass Crab?
When you guys got there, he was gone.
Oh no. Can I ask Yao Mei about that?
Yes.
Because didn't we last see him bandaged on a table in the dining room of the Brass Crab?
Yeah, he was in a lot of pain, and he got some medical assistance. She says, against my advice, he decided to go down to the wharf and help. I just hope he hasn't torn his stitches.
I would ask Juniper to give Darrett our best if she sees him at the... You said he's like at the docks?
That's where she said he went. That's what he said he was going to do anyways.
Ask her to give him our best at the docks and to tell him that we will catch up with him after our business at the keep, and to tell him he's brave.
Sorry. She smiles. Of course. She kind of gives almost a curtsy. And the mayor and Juniper head down, each carrying a bag on their back, towards the wharf. Sorry, so you guys start heading up to Thornwall Keep, and I'll be back in just a minute. I need to use the bathroom again. Apparently 3 iced coffees might have been too much.
Never.
This session sponsored by Miralax.
The shit winds are blowing.
I hope we get to go into combat before we end the session.
Because I have no spell slots available, or
Well, you know, whether or not we do the combat this session isn't going to change your spell slot. He's not going to let us get a long rest before battle.
I know.
Who knows?
Is
we
that
could get up
knife-
there and they could just wait.
Is that knife's cooldown 2 days per person, or just in general? Like, can 2 different people attune to it and do
No.
it in the same day?
No.
So when we level up, am I able to like switch spells too? Does that cost me one of my new spell slots?
All right, sorry, I am back.
Speak of the devil.
So y'all head up to Thornwall Keep.
Yeah.
Van is up top, and even as you guys approach, you guys can drag yourselves up there. Even as you guys approach, you can hear him clinking and clanking and swearing as he's working on this.
I'll go back to finishing stuffing jars and bottles.
As you get up to the roof, you can see he's finally just like kind of not clapping, I guess, like dusting off his hands, as you know, kind of you would after a job well done. And he's kind of standing back and admiring his work. Ah, you're up. You're back. Excellent. What do you think?
To me, who hasn't been here all day, does it, or since? Yeah, no, I haven't been there all day because I went up the ladder route, not the gnome finger route. Does it look any different to me?
Shit. Yes. 1 second. Yeah, now there's no longer, although there is a seat still on it, you can see that attached to the seat, there's now this small 3/4 cage. So the cage has it's basically, there's 2 of them. There is a bottle one next to a bottle-shaped one next to a small jar shaped one. And each one has basically a 3/4 cage. So it's got a ceiling to it, it's got a back wall to it, as well as a left and right. The front, however, is an open space. So it looks like when he hits the switch, it's going to send the objects flying straight out, and it's set up so that they will not fly, you know, they won't fall out to the left, the right, or the back. They will wait until it hits the apex of the slingshot, and at which point the jar or bottle will be thrown. All around the area there are so many jars and bottles. All have the jars basically have a hole in the top with a rag. The bottles just have the cork removed and a rag sitting in it, all ready to go.
I will tell him that it looks beautifully and brilliantly dangerous, and I will take out what I think is just 2 servings left of whiskey in the not every orifice bottle.
Fair enough.
And I want to pour myself and him a skosh of whiskey and offer him some.
I'm sorry, I was talking and had my mic muted. He wipes his brow and says, thank you very much. And he shoots it back. Y'all made special, huh? Good stuff.
I'll toss mine back and say, yes, this is from the night we celebrated Ispin. It feels like so long ago now.
And I believe it's actually only been, what, a day and a half?
A day and a half?
I'm gonna give the goblin guy a hard pat on the back and be like, you did good work. I've forgiven you for almost flinging me to my death.
Give me a, athletics. Or actually, no, okay. Yeah, you kind of give him a slap on the back a little harder than you mean to. And, he kind of, like, almost falls forward, but he catches himself. Yeah, thanks, big guy. My bad. Bedivere, I'm gonna say it's only gonna take you a few minutes to finish the last of them, I think. So you get
Awesome.
you get the rest of them finished up. You guys notice Bedivere puts down the last one as he stuffs a rag into it. Dan says, so, when it all goes down, who's flinging?
Aren't you?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Me?
No,
Yes.
I'll flank. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
So Than is very confused. One of you said no, the other one said yes. He's like,
I'll stay and fling with you.
yeah? You gonna fling him, huh?
We're going to fling him, and we're actually going to prepare a little bit. We're going to throw rocks that are approximately the same size as these bottles until we get the settings right to get placed right in front of the gate, and about 50 yards up from the gate, and about 100 yards up from the gate. And we're going to preserve those settings and recreate them later in a short notice.
Smarter than you look. I like that.
I start looking for rocks.
Anybody else want to start going
Rocks.
collecting some rocks and giving it a shot?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
All right, so you all start bringing up rocks you think are about the right size. And you guys start testing it. First, you guys try 50 yards. Give me... I'm going to say each one of you can give me a luck roll to begin with for the 50 yards.
Holy, my rolls are awful today.
Where is the luck roll?
You just roll d20. So /r
Okay.
space d20. A drag?
Just a straight 20?
Yep. Yeah, whenever I call for a luck roll, that's always just a straight d20. It's been about 10 minutes, and you haven't quite got the settings yet. You guys think you might have gotten a little bit honed in, but it needs a little more work. Everybody give me another one.
I'm getting worse.
Jesus.
Thanks, Whiskey.
Gundar? Yeah, I'll give that to you. All right. So you guys, after about 20 minutes working on it. You guys figure out exactly where to set it for about the 50 yards. Now it's time to do the 100-yard. Yeah, everybody give me another one.
Holy.
Well, it is looking like you guys are having an issue. But with a little more work, about another 20 minutes, you guys get it working. You guys have... Fan has put in the settings, written them down so he knows exactly how to set it. Alright. Well, looks like we're ready if anything happens. Is there anything else you guys wish to do?
I'm going to go into town and try and find a horse. Actually, two. No, one, because Dan can ride with me. I'm trying to find a horse because I think when we're done lobbying or when they break that gate, we're not going to have a whole metric shit ton of time to get down to the ship.
Yeah, maybe when he's doing that, if I could find some sort of barrels or debris to put here to at least make it not obvious that we're going to run this way. Make a little bit of a barrier here. Just break the sight line.
Okay. Sure.
Can I look for a loose feather as well?
Yeah, sure. What do you need a feather for?
Components for one of my spells.
So you don't need a feather. How your arcane focus works is the only components you need are ones that cost gold or that are consumed by the spell. So if it doesn't have the words consumed by the spell or a gold cost in the spell components for it, you don't need the actual components unless you just want to do it for flavor.
Okay.
So, yeah, Bedvere, you're able to get a couple horses from the stable pretty easily. Sorry, Braun. Yeah, you know what? Does anybody want to help Braun set up a little barrel barrier?
Yeah,
I can.
Yeah, help.
All right. So, and Bjorn, since you don't need a feather, do you still want to find a feather, or do you want to do something else?
No, I don't need a feather then.
All right. Well, what do you want to do then? While they're doing this.
Is there anything that, like, if I light it, it might explode, or can I look for like big rocks to roll down the hill over the cliff for when they're coming down the path?
What kind of big rocks are you talking? Like,
Well, it looks like up there at the top, like there's a little boulders that I could just roll to the edge.
where do you see boulders? Those are
Or
bushes,
are
my
those
guy.
trees?
Yeah, bushes and trees.
There's no boulders anywhere.
I wouldn't say there's boulders. I mean, you could maybe try and find some that you could throw, but I mean, from here, it's almost a straight shot down. Like, there's not much of a slope to these, which is why it was so hard for you guys to climb up and down them. I don't know if you got the strength to really reach the road if you're going to try and throw something, but I would say, sure, you could probably find some chunks of rubble and stuff, like bricks, like, you know, big cinder block kind of bricks.
All right.
I mean, they were trying to rebuild this this keep, right? So there would definitely be like rubble and like broken stonework and shit all over the place.
True. I'm gonna find the biggest things I can and drag them over to the edge.
Sure, you can line up a good like 10 probably that are probably not too big for you to throw and not too small.
I wasn't really gonna throw them. I was probably just gonna like shove them and have them like get the momentum of rolling down that slope and bouncing?
Again, like I just said, is a straight shot down, which is why it was hard for you guys to climb up and down. There's like no slope to these. They're literally cliffs. It's just because the angle of the map, that's why it looks like they're sloping.
All right. Fair.
So as you guys go about doing this, Bedvere, you are over here getting the horses, or the horse. The rest of you are down here setting up barriers. And from the gate, somebody standing on top hollers back, "Cudgel's arriving!"
Is that somebody at the keep or the gate?
At like on the gate, on the wall.
Okay.
I'll move towards it.
I try to see from the keep where we are.
You went down here to help
I
them
am.
with the barrels.
Open the gates.
So the gates do open, and in rides Cudgel. And let's see.
Can I be looking over the edge and down the road, watching to see if I can see anything coming following Cudgel?
You were helping Braun set up a barrier down here.
What do you mean? I was looking for rocks.
Right. Sorry. That is correct. Yeah, you can look over. You see Cudgel coming as the watch yells out, "Cudgel's coming." The gates open and Cudgel rides in. And about the same time, Becklin and the mayor are arriving from the south.
So I don't perceive anything else down the path.
You see nothing else. Just Cudgel coming in on a horse.
I'm gonna yell down, "Looks all clear, just Cudgel." I'm gonna start making my way towards everybody.
Does she look normal?
Yeah. A little sweaty and tired from the ride, but she arrives and the gate shuts. Let's see. As the horse comes to a stop, she hops off the saddle and lands on the ground. Well met. I see you guys have been preparing.
As
We
best we
surely
can.
have.
Some of the militiamen, including one of the old men who said he was going to stay behind, starts to re-barricade the gate again. However, Cudgel says, "Wait, don't do that. We're going to be leaving soon. A few of us anyways. Or at the very least, I am." So they stop, but they keep their watch up the road.
Where are you going?
Well, you see, I've directed the Iron Clan Regiment to hold a position north of the village. We believe that we can, for a time, defend against a larger force. We've crafted the field to our advantage.
This is great news. We've also done some prepping if they get close to the gate, but our intention was to stick around as well to try to let the evacuation take place.
Well, I'm really hoping that there's not going to be a need for a fight. With any luck, a shore force will convince the Dragon Army that Vogler isn't an easy target.
How many men do you have with you?
Shit.
The same time he asked that, I'd say, "What is your plan?"
Fuck, how many was there? I think it was what, like 200? No, I think it was like 250 before the betrayal. I think it's now down to about 200. She says, I think I got about 200. And although we're lesser, with the advantage to our field, with the advantage of the battlefield, we might be able to hold out for a time if it's a fight. With any luck, it won't be, but should that be the case, I do have a few more coming down soon. They're going to be setting up a command tent near the river gate. I'm going to put a messenger there so the village can send word to her troops as needed. Or send a word to the troops as needed. She says, she looks at Becklin though, and she says, Becklin, got a favor to ask. Becklin says, yeah? Kinda hoping that if a Knight of a Solamnia appears on the field, the enemy will hesitate to provoke the knighthood. Maybe you come out for one last go with your old friend, huh? Becklin will pipe up and say, yeah, I think I could be doing that.
I'd be glad to join you if you want company.
I can do a disguise self as well, if needed.
Becklin says, nah, I prefer if you stay here and help the villagers get to safety. Use that contraption up there to try and slow them down further should we lose.
Will do. Should we agree on a prearranged signal for you to initiate our firing this thing or stop the firing of this thing?
Well, I mean, Cudgel motions to what she's wearing. You see these colors? Don't be fucking firing.
That's a fair point. I think we can do that.
She kind of chuckles. Becklin looks at you guys and says, oh, please, remember what I asked. Give Darrett that package once the evacuation has been complete.
I want to ask Cudgel if she has any orders or recommendations for the diehards that are dead set on remaining in the town to prevent the invading army.
Becklin says,
If she wants them to join her or do anything specific in town.
Becklin says, well, I'm going to leave their orders up to you. But she's actually going to look at Bedvere and say that, as he's a Knight of Solamnia. I think she's going to say it to both Bedvere and you, Hadrag. Bedvere because he's a Knight of Solamnia, and you because she saw how you commanded their attention and calmed the crowd. Says, I'm going to leave it in the hands of the two of you. Lead them well. Can you do that for me?
Flattered at your
course.
confidence. Perfect. I was going to say I'm flattered at your confidence, but I think Hadrag is by far the more charismatic leader. I do better with direct action.
Very well.
Very well.
And I'm deferring to the more experienced strategic mind of Cudgel, since she knows what's going on outside the gate. I don't want anything inside the gate. Like, she's been caught up about the gnome flinger stuff. I don't want any of the efforts of the men inside the gate to impede what she has planned.
Cudgel is not going to be here. Her and Becklin are going north to the battlefield.
Okay, and she doesn't have any orders for the men that remain behind and refuse to evacuate?
Nope. Says that not be my place. That's more Becklin's place, and she giving you the reins. You've been taking the reins.
Okay.
So let's do this.
I'm not a Knight of Solamnia. Do they like salute or do anything that I've seen before?
Give me a history. Actually, give me a history at advantage since you know Bedvere. Nat 20. Bedvere. When you first met Becklin, did you do any kind of special salute?
In reality, I did not. In game, we could retcon it, but I did not. In game or out of game. In game.
You didn't see Bedvere do anything like that. However, I'm just gonna say no, because me personally, I'm not sure if they do anything special.
Okay, then I'll just look down at my shield from Ispin and look up at her and wish her the best and hope. I'll tell her I hope that we can meet again over fish pies and whiskey in better times.
She shakes your hand. Aye, me as well. And at this point, Derek comes up, and he sees the look on Becklin's face and the way you guys are shaking hands. And Cudgel seems to be getting mounted up on a horse. And a stable boy is bringing out another horse.
Before Cudgel gets up on her horse, I'm gonna give her a big bear hug and say, "Be safe." And then I'm gonna start playing like a happy, inspiring tune on my pan flute.
Ah! You put me down, you will, you big furball! As you put her back down, she kind of smiles. You could probably crush somebody with that grip. And she hops on her horse, but smiles at you.
That would be a feat with my strength fucking being negative.
Still a bear, though. Let's see. Where am I then? Excited.
So while we're here, just paused for a moment. If they've got these people that refuse to leave, it seems like we might be best served to take advantage of this choke point here if we can find implements for archery.
I mean, let's be honest, you got, 90 fucking things of fish oil up there, right?
True.
I mean, you might be better served to have a few of them set somewhere else for others to use.
Good point.
We could be throwing Molotov cocktails down the cliffside.
Excellent idea.
And have some on the path through town too, so you can light ablaze the path as everyone passes through before they can come in.
Yeah, let's put a couple right here, and if anything were to go wrong while we're retreating, maybe we could try to strategically light this up behind us to cut them off and help us buy some time if we need to make a speedy escape.
Alright, just give me a second. I'm just reading something here. So, on your guys' sheets, underneath your skills, you will see, you should see, I believe, two things. One says passive perception, and is there something that says passive insight?
I'll see it.
Just passive perception.
Awesome. Okay, give me one sec.
Yeah, I have a passive wisdom perception underneath my skill checks and stat checks.
Yeah, me too.
Same.
No passive insight.
Okay, so you know what?
Would it just-
Everybody can give me an insight check. And the one with the highest one is going to notice. Bjorn. She seems to be keeping something back, Becklin, as she says her farewells and whatnot. But at this moment, Darrett comes up. Becklin, aren't you coming on the boats with us? She kind of looks over at Darrett, and Bjorn, you notice that although she is trying to put on a stoic face, there's some sorrow behind it. As she says, "No, Darrett. You're gonna make sure the villagers get out safe. My place for the moment is on the battlefield." Darrett says, "I'm your squire. If you're going to the battlefield, I'm going with you." Becklin raises her tone and gets a little stern. "No, you will not. You will help the villagers get out." The tone kind of sets Darrett back on his heels as he looks at her, almost hurt.
I'm gonna rest my hand on Darrett's back and just whisper, "If all the squires go out too, then who's gonna protect the villagers if something else happens along the way? The warriors need to fight to make sure you get out, and then you have to make sure that they're safe. That's how you go from squire to a knight."
Ooh, give me a persuasion at advantage. That was good. He seems to not be quite as upset now. He kind of looks at you and nods, and he puts his hand out to Becklin, and Becklin shakes it and says, "You've been a very good squire. Soon, you will reach knighthood. And maybe one day, you'll lead your own force." And out of nowhere, she suddenly yanks him in and gives him a hug. Be well, Darrett.
Before she leaves, I say, "Can I talk to you for one moment?"
She says, yeah, sure. What is it?
I pull her aside and say, "He's gonna have to be protecting the boats. I feel you should be giving him this armor. It should be coming from you, and I feel like he should be wearing it. These are trying times. I don't understand why wait. It means more coming from you. And from what I've seen, you don't plan on coming back."
If he takes this armor, puts it on, and then gets in a boat, and that boat sinks, he will not get it off in time. He will drown. And let's be honest, we still haven't heard back from the ferryman. There may be a battle waiting ahead as you guys travel downriver. He can't be wearing it.
You are very wise. I wish I could be with you longer. I feel there's so much I could learn.
She chuckles. Well, it is what it is. See you on the other side. She goes to mount the horse. Well, it has been a pleasure. Hopefully we'll see you in Kalaman.
I start playing her an outro.
Well, Cudgel, shall we? Aye, that we shall. They both turn their horses towards the gate. Cudgel looks back towards your group. Keep an eye on the road. If trouble approaches, one of my soldiers at the command tent will come to warn you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
We hope to meet again.
Very well.
May Majir bless us all.
They both nod. The gate opens. And a meteor hits the town. No, I'm kidding. They start taking off. And soon they're out of sight. So, Mayor Raven says, well, it's time for us to get the villagers ready for the final push before we leave. Hopefully, we hear news soon and the Dragon Army has decided to leave. Should anything happen, I will expect one of you to ring the bell, and that will be our signal to leave.
Okay.
She takes Darrett, puts an arm around him on his shoulder, says, "Come, Darrett. Time to get them ready."
Should we be giving Darrett the box before he leaves, or are we meeting up with him again after we escape?
You guys are supposed to meet them in Kalaman. You guys are not supposed to give it to him until after the evacuation, unless you're going to give it to him now. It's up to you, but her wishes were after the evacuation.
No, I'll wait.
So, as you guys wait for news, where are you guys going? What are you doing?
What is it, like 2 or 3 p.m. right now, or later?
It's roughly about 2 p.m.
And they said tonight. So I'll say to the group, we've got some time, but I don't know how much time. And I'll look towards where the sun is in the sky to see how long I'm guessing until it sets.
This time of the year, I'd say it's probably, when the sun actually sets, like, it starts to, turn the sky pink and whatnot, you're looking at about 8 p.m. and it's about 2 o'clock now.
Yeah.
Could I use an inspiration dice to go around your no long rest rule? I inspired to get 8 hours of sleep in an hour.
No. Not a fucking chance.
Rough.
What about me?
No. Nobody. You guys had your long rest. All you get now is short rest until after this is all over.
Given we've got extra time, I'd like to cut down some trees just inside the gate, drag them out in front of the gate and barricade them, or pile them up on the road in front of or in the impact area of the closest preset firing point we set up with the gnome flinger, so that they will burn as if we hit them.
So you're trying to cut down trees and set them like out here in the path?
Like right here?
Okay.
Yeah, and even if we could get some out a little bit further, that'd be good too. That's not a bad call. Like start here. Yeah, I'm gonna help with that. I'm assuming my little barrel scenario is fixed down there. If there's time after that, I might consider that we cut down one more tree down here, just to give a little bit more of cover for this area, so less obvious.
Okay, and alright, so that's Bedivere and Braun. What's everybody else doing?
Is there any horses or wagons in this town?
I'm gonna say there might be like there's the one horse that Bedivere took up to Thornwall Keep, and Cudgel and Becklin have the other two, and I'm gonna say maybe there's one or two more in the stables.
Could I secure a horse or horses and wagons and go around and fill them up with rocks and heavy things and then ride them up the cliffside and station them like 20 to 30 feet from each other and disconnect the horses, ready to just push them off?
How many? How long do you want to spend doing this? Like Bedivere and Braun, what they're doing is going to take them like as much time as they fucking have to get done what they're doing. But how long do you?
Well, how many wagons can I get in the amount of time we have? I got nothing else to do.
I mean, I'm not going to tell you how long you have, but how many wagons of rocks are you trying to get up there?
Well, I'm gonna do one wagon at a time, and then until I don't have time anymore.
Okay.
So you tell me how many wagons I get done.
I will tell you how many you get done. I just wanted to make sure, if you're like, oh, I only want to do it one time, then okay, cool. If you're like, I'm going to do it 10 times, well, we'll see if you got time for that. But so as many as you can get, sure.
Gondar, do you want to work on the book anymore, or do you?
Yeah. I do want.
I'd like to help him by not interfering and by spending the time meditating and praying to Majir to bless us in our incoming efforts. I'm out of hit dice, so if it takes time, I'm not. It doesn't matter if it's a short rest or not.
Okay.
My Song of Rest, if he takes a short rest and I use Song of Rest, but he doesn't have hit dice, does he still get the 1d6?
No, he has to spend hit dice.
Yeah, I'm all tapped out.
So, this is what y'all are trying to do, huh?
Yes.
So, I need to know where people are, first off. Bedivere and Braun, you guys are obviously down here cutting trees. Padraig, where are you meditating?
I'm gonna suggest to Gondar that we use maybe this house closest to the gate. Unless it's
those are the stables.
How about here? If
Sure.
That's not one of the guys who's diehard. Also, I could take some time before I settle into meditation and hanging out with Gondar while he works on the book to touch base with the diehards in case they've gotten anybody else and they need any discussions about strategy or whatever, because we since separated from them, so they should be apprised of what our plans are and what Becklin and Cudgel are doing so that we don't interfere with each other. Although I believe it's all taking place on opposite sides of the gate, so I don't think they'll be in the way.
So, Cudgel and Becklin, they are a few miles northwest. As for the others,
the guys staying at the town won't be in the way, but
yeah,
I just want them to know what we're planning to do with the gnome flinger and fallen trees, etc.
Sure. Most of the militia, having seen most of the people get ready and on the boats, most of the militia, which is at this point, there's probably only about 10 of them hanging out here as everybody else has gone. And as you look them over, most of them are anywhere from in their 50s all the way up to 80. Some of them are more leaning on their spears than they are fucking standing. But they would rather go down swinging than, give up their town without a fight. So yeah, you can tell them what's going on, and they'll all kind of nod, and they all take their positions up top. One of them, as the rest of them walk away towards the gate so they can get up on these like towers here, and on the pathway in between the two towers. One of them pauses. If can we have some of those?
Some of what?
Some of those oil bomb fire things.
What are you going to do with them?
Well, when they start coming up, we're gonna start firebombing all the people that get a little too close to the gate.
Ah, you mean from the wall? Yeah, that's a very good idea.
Yeah, if we haven't fallen the trees yet, maybe we try to fell some drier trees that could be a flaming barricade versus a green barricade.
I'm gonna say that, you know what, Bedvere and Braun, you two working together, give me a luck roll,
One or both.
both of you. Braun? Cool. You both get one tree felled. And where are you putting the first two trees?
Shall we drag them out to this narrow point right here?
I think that looks like a good spot.
All right, so you guys get them planted out there. All right, so Padraig, you are over here. Gondar, are you going with Padraig to that same building to work on the book?
Yes.
All right, give me your Arcana roll, please. Yeah, you get one page deciphered, but only about half of it makes sense. All right. And is anybody going to deliver the? Actually, I guess they can probably run up and grab a few bottles each of oil. So they'll go up there and they'll each grab a few. In fact, they'll have let's say, what, you got 90 bottles, right?
Yep.
All right, and there's roughly 10 of them. They're gonna take 5 each. Bjorn, you get one wagon full, and then you begin to fill another. And at the end of the first hour, okay, Bjorn, you are gathering stuff, so I'm gonna move you a bit.
Well, you said I got the first one, right?
Yeah, and you're filling up the second one, but you don't get it
So
all
I
the way up
placed
there.
my first one there. Because I still have the rocks lined up closer down here. So I'm starting the opposite way with the first.
So you get halfway through loading the second one. Bedvere and Braun, you guys are trying to chop down your second tree each. Gondar has finished deciphering one page, although it's not, a lot of it doesn't make sense. Padraig, you are praying. Give me religion, Padraig. You feel the warmth of your deity. Roll me 1 hit dice. You get the feeling that something bad is coming, although you feel the warmth of your deity. There's something else there. It almost feels like a warning. And you get that many hit dice, or that much HP back. However, as you do, you can all hear Thon from the top. Hey! Hey, we have a rider coming! Looks like Ironclad! Braun and Bedvere, you are the closest, so you don't have to roll to hear this. However, the other 3, I would like you guys to give me a perception. Gondar, you do not hear it. Bjorn and Padraig, you 2 hear it. You're not really sure what was said, but given the silence in this end of the area, somebody yelling is probably not the best thing.
Wherever I am, I'm gonna like turn my cart and start going up the path towards the top of the hill.
As you guys get there, you hear pounding hooves sound from the direction of the river gate as a mercenary of the Ironclad regiment rides towards the village circle. As she nears, she yells, "They're coming! Evacuate now! The dragon arm..." And the message is cut short. As you guys are on the other side of the gate, you're not sure why. But I thought you were headed towards the,
Oh, I said the top of the hill.
Okay.
Because I have a half cart, right?
As you get up there, Bjorn, and she starts shouting, you watch as a hooded figure launches from the nearby cliff top and slams into the rider's back, sending the horse and rider tumbling. Than yells down at the others, "She was attacked! Evacuate!"
Am I outside the building I was meditating in at this point?
Yeah, let's ring the bells.
Yeah, I was going to yell to, who's that right next to the bell by the river gate?
Braun.
I'm going to yell for Braun to ring the bell.
I ring the bell.
And I'm going to move towards the bell east of the gate and ring that bell if I can.
Sure. Let me do one thing here.
While this is happening, what space is left in my car? I'm quickly like putting whatever loose brush that I find on the ground, dry leaves, grass, sticks, on top of the rock.
Sure. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to do something here real quick. Give me a moment. Wow, that's way too large. Oh, give me 1 second. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Out and... Alright, so, now that I got that set up, what were you trying to do, Bjorn?
I'm quickly just like picking up all the dry like grass, leaves, twigs, whatever I can find that's like flammable, and loading it on top of the rocks in the half full cart so that I can light it on fire before I push it down.
What are you lighting it with?
I have a tinderbox.
Okay. Yeah, sure, you can attempt to do that. You hear Braun and Pedrag both start ringing bells as you're trying to light this. Give me a luck roll. See if you can get it done.
Wait, I wasn't lighting it yet. I was just filling it. I'm waiting for the people to get that far. Are they already that far?
No. Right now it's just
Then I
this
wouldn't
one.
light it yet.
Okay. So, as you guys ring the bell, what's everybody doing other than ringing bells and piling stuff into a cart? Gondar and Bedvir, what are you two doing?
Hauling
I'm
ass to the
going-
keep.
I'm going by the gate, Bron.
All right, move that direction. And Bedvir, what were you doing?
Hauling ass to the keep.
All right.
The little squares are my rocks. The big squares are my cart.
All right. So, damn. The person that was riding with the ironclad, colors and the hooded figure are locked in combat. Since y'all are doing other things, y'all are gonna roll me some luck rolls to see what happens. I would like everybody's gonna roll me a luck roll, and a odd number means that the scout lands a hit, and the even numbers means the other one lands a hit.
Ooh.
Yeah. Let's see. The other one takes it. You guys
What,
are
my natural one didn't fix it for us?
no, not with luck rolls. It was
It
an
was
all or
3-2.
nothing on this. Bjorn, as you're filling this thing, you look to the side, and you are able, and Bedvir, you can look over the top of the keep as well, and you see the hooded figure slash the throat of the scout, falls to his back gurgling as blood spurts from his neck. And with that, we are going to end the game for the night.
No.
Gnarly.
Just give me
Now.
give me one moment here. Thank you, those of you who tuned
Level up.
in, and Kenny, thank you for talking in my chat throughout much of the game. I appreciate that. I'm glad to see you stopping back in for this game time and time again. And our next one is I do have another D&D game on Sunday. I will be streaming something, probably maybe Cyberpunk or something, tomorrow evening and Saturday afternoon. My schedule is in my about section, where you will find the schedules and so on. And hopefully we will see you then. Thanks for coming out, everybody. Y'all have yourselves a good night.